كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملا جديدا لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار. لأجل عمان اليوم غاية وهدف منذ أكثر من 50 عاما، من جيل إلى جيل، لأجل عمان الغد.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, my apologies for the early start. This has just caught me off guard as well, but welcome to round 3 of the Oman International Drift Championship, and as you can see our first battle is underway. We have Benedictus Cherba leading our top qualifier and Fu Weishang, who qualified in 32nd, as we see Cherba putting foot to the floor and pulling a gap, absolutely leaving Fu just sitting there in the smoke, getting lost. And Cherba now transitions into the last wall, along the wall, filling zone 9, absolutely lovely, into the final transition now, and over the line. We see him coming through zone 10. There we have it. So yet again, I want to welcome you all to round 3 of the Oman International Drift Championship here in the Oman Drift Arena. My name is Mike Leeson and I will be your commentator today, and what an event we have lined up, as we have 32 cars ready to go to war to try and figure out who is going for that top step on the podium this afternoon. So as we see the replay of the first half of that battle between Benedictus Cherba and Fu Weishang, you can clearly see, you know, I don't like to speculate too much, but I see Fu there is just cutting the track, trying to catch up. Cherba just showing why he is that top qualifier, putting on an absolute masterclass. His car is unbelievable. It's one of the nicest cars I've ever seen. I had a great look around this morning, him and his team, lovely guys, and they really are just so humble and just, you know, showing everyone talking as we see this amazing drone shot of our arena. Like, how cool does this look? You see the picturesque backdrop and the Oman Drift Arena here just outside Muscat. As we see, both cars are just swapping around, and we will head back to the line momentarily. Okay, so we have swapped them around. It's Fu Weishang to lead, and it's Benedictus Cherba to chase. We see both cars coming down the straight. Cherba knowing his spotter being in his ear, telling him he has a bit of disadvantage, leaving a small bit of room, but you know, you don't want to leave too much room. Fu now absolutely doing anything he can. He knows how fast Cherba is. He is just pedaling that BMW, trying to get away from Benedictus Cherba, but Cherba is just sitting right there with him, playing with him as they come through clip 5 now, working their way out to 6, and as we see Fu Wei just dropping 4 wheels off the track. Cherba does a great job not to make contact there, holding it lovely on angle as he just shows why he is the top qualifier. He is just so comfortable on this layout, and I think he is one to watch today. So yeah, unfortunately for Fu Weishang, that will be at 10-0, and I think we can nearly speculate who has won this one. There now, and this is just where it all starts to go wrong for Fu. He sees he's coming in from the most difficult part of the track. Out of zone 3, drops a wheel there at 4, which puts him on the inside for 5. Cherba does a good job to hang back, and there it is, just 4 wheels off. And look at Cherba, he just keeps the foot in, does a great job not to make contact. But yeah, as I said, I think it's fairly obvious who won. As we see both drivers there, delighted, and the winner is Benedictus Cherba. Okay, so our next battle we have in the lead position, it is Nicholas Solomon. And in the chase position, representing the Netherlands, it's Clint van Oort. See, Clint has had a difficult enough morning here in Oman. His turbo let go probably with 5 to 10 minutes left in practice, so I know he has borrowed a turbo off Cherba. So yeah, Clint's going to find out now how well that car is running. So as we see both cars on the line, Nicholas in that BMW, Clint in the S14. Here we go. So Nicholas coming down, but look at Clint van Oort. He's right with him. Lovely initiation by Nicholas Solomon, but Clint is right there putting that S14 right on top of him. Clearly that new turbo from Turbo is doing the job. Now Nicholas into the first transition, starting to pull a small bit of a gap as we see Clint just ending up a little bit too much on the inside of the track. Nicholas does a great job now not to drop a wheel at 4 through 5, working his way out to 6, doing a lovely job, but Clint needs to start putting pressure on as they come into the second last transition on this track. Nicholas putting the foot down now, just starting to pull a gap, and we can see Clint unfortunately just getting lost in the smoke from Nicholas Solomon as they come around filling zone 9. This is a lovely lead line by Nicholas Solomon, and Clint doing absolutely anything he can to try and catch the side of that BMW as they come over the line. So as we see there, yeah, Clint just dropping a wheel coming into clip 4. That's when it starts to go all wrong for Clint. You see, he puts the track there, just trying to do whatever he can, and Nicholas sticking on that qualifying line, foot to the floor, and just pulling that gap. Bad run from Nicholas Solomon. Watch the left.
Salam, yeah. All the best to both the cars, for both of them.
So we have swapped them around. We're going to get both cars back on the line. This time it's Clint Van to lead and Nicholas Solomon to chase. I still can't get over how nice this track looks from that drone shot there. It's an absolute credit to the track team here in the OAA. They've done a fantastic job. Judge Kieran Hines, he definitely has designed a difficult one this time. But look, here we go, second half of this battle is Clint Van Oort and Nicholas Solomon. Clint throwing it in, lovely initiation, but Nicholas is right there with him, just sticking nice and comfortably behind that S14. I'm sure Nicholas Spotter would have told him, you know, you'd have a bit of an advantage, but don't let him get too away. As we see Clint now through the first transition doing a lovely job, but just over rotating ever so slightly. Now he's practically doing a rolling burnout, trying to get down through 4 or 5 and working his way out to 6. Nicholas just holding back ever so slightly, but now we can see Nicholas lining up ready to make the dive through the smoke. Lovely dive from Nicholas Solomon. Transition out to the wall. Nicholas is right there with him, banging on the door of that S14 as they transition for the final time, coming into zone 10. Not a bad run, just and a little contact with the wall from Nicholas Solomon. He spins out here just in front of me, maybe getting lost, a small bit of smoke, but he seems to be safe enough, so not a bad run for both guys. Zone 3, it's just very similar to what happened between, in the first half run, my apologies, for chasing, so interesting to see where the judge would on that one, but I'd be very confident now. I think this will be right across a bit of proximity in that section. As we see Nicholas Solomon make that contact just at the end. But look, both guys out hugging. They're delighted, they know that was a good run. So most importantly is that both guys can win safe.
ننتظر لجنة التحكيم ونعرف من اللي راح يتأهل معانا ويفوز معانا وينطلق للتوب 16. اللي فاز معانا وكلينت فان اوت. سمعونا تحية
and Clint Van Oort gets the win. So
all the best to Clint Van Oort.
I'm not sure I'm going to have to talk to the judges to try and figure out what happened on that one, but we can see Clint absolutely delighted. But unfortunately, that's the end of the day for Nicholas Solomon. Yeah, I'm not sure. Our judges just aren't really talking to me at the moment. I think a small bit of technical difficulty connecting my headset to their headset, so as soon as I find out what happened on that, I will let you guys know. But for now, we want to move on to the next match, which is Nazir Al-Harbali to lead and Egers to chase. we see Nicholas Sullivan there just at our start line getting recovered off the track. Obviously maybe there's a lot more contact than it looked on the live stream there, so
طبعا الحين عندنا في التوب 16 اول
exactly is wrong with that.
جربا وايضا كلينت فان اوت، سيارة رقم 39 وسيارة رقم 11. بداية قوية، بداية جميلة. نشوف الحين سيارة كونون. طبعا امس كانت التحدي او التصفيات الاوليه تصفيات جميله، كان عندنا عروض قويه من جميع المسابقين اللي كانوا يحصلوا السباق معانا، واليوم وصلنا ل 32 ضد السابق.
So yeah, I've just been informed Nicholas Solomon actually making contact with that wall, completely straightening him and putting him in opposite drifts. So that's what just basically threw Clint that lifeline and gave him the win. So just shows that last wall. The judges were saying in the briefing this morning, you know, it's there, you're going to come up to it, but you don't have to be on it because it's at the end of the track. So just unfortunate for Nicholas, just getting a little bit too deep. I'm sure he was lost in the smoke and ended up making contact, which would have put him into an opposite drift and handing Clint the win. So as you can see, our track here, the track this weekend, it actually takes about a minute to do a lap, so it's a long enough pass of a drift track. 640 metres, so it is the longest track Kieran Hines has designed here in the Oman Drift Arena, and how crazy does it look? The drivers are saying it's so technical, but it's so fun. It's a really, every driver has told me it's very rewarding when you do a good lap because, you know, there's a lot to it. So Kieran Hines obviously putting them technical tracks in place to keep the drivers on the toes, you know, and just keep improving their talent and their skill. Okay, so we have our next battle on the line. In the lead, it is Nazir Al-Harbali in that supercharged V8 350. And he is up against Egers in that BMW. I think it's 2 Series. I'm not 100% sure, and I'm not really going to speculate because I want to watch this battle. But we see Nazir throwing it in. He was looking so comfortable and confident this morning in practice. Absolutely putting on lovely chase runs. So it's a credit to him. But we see Egers here now. He is doing absolutely anything he can to try and stay out of the smoke. And that monstrous 350, as we see our cameras now are nearly getting blind by Nazir's smoke. Both cars, they come around now through clip 6 on the way to inside clip at 7, transitions into that touch and go clip at 8, push him wide for the second last transition out to the wall. Nazir is on a lovely lead line and Egers is just unfortunate, not as close as we'd like to see him. But as we see the last corner and coming around, Nazir with a lovely lead line, but Egers, yeah, a little bit just not as close as we want to see him in the chase position. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens when we swap them around, because as I said earlier, Nazir was doing some serious chase runs this morning. Really was, it was special to watch. So I'm hoping for something good here, and I really hope I don't jinx him yet again. But I can already see guys are just going around the track for a little bit of a cool down lap. You know, as I say, it is a long track, and I think it is about 28 degrees right now at the moment, so temperatures are hot before we start drifting. So, you know, we want to make sure, give the cars a fair chance. We don't want anyone to damage the car. So yeah, we're just going to let them do a bit of a cool down lap, and then we will be resuming the second half of this battle shortly. So as we see Nazir making his way to the start line, Egers is sitting there ready to go. So we're going to wait for our start line marshal to give the signal. Signals give. He's pressed the light. And here we go. So it's Egers to lead. It's Nazir to chase. You see Egers coming down now, throwing it in. Nice and wide, probably putting one wheel off there. Nazir holding back because he can see how wide he's gone. He's nearly 2 wheels off. Egger is doing absolutely and he can not to put 4 off and get that 0. But that would be a big advantage for him dropping 2 wheels, possibly 3, as we see him now over. No, he didn't over-rotate. My apologies. I thought he was nearly gone there. Nazir doing a great job not to make contact. As we see Nazir absolutely dooring that BMW coming into clip 7 now. What a run, snappy transition incoming. How did it not make contact? That is brilliant driving in the chase from Nazir. Both cars out to the wall. We've Egers not on a bad lead line, very wide coming through zone 9 as the transition for the final time. Nazir going to make sure he doesn't get caught, and he doesn't. Absolute brilliant chase driving from Nazir Al-Harbali. As we see Egers at the start there, yeah, dropping 2 wheels, maybe just coming in that bit too hot. I'm sure the spotter of the year telling him Nazir is fast. He definitely caught everyone's attention this morning in practice. So Egers does a great job here now to get it back onto line for the second half of his run. As we see Nazir, how did it not make contact there? Absolutely brilliant, lovely transition, and yet again another one onto the wall from both drivers. This is fantastic driving. So as we await to get a result. Okay, so I'm not 100% sure who won that one, but I will be back to let you know. I'm just trying to get confirmation from our judges. There's a few little technical issues here this morning. The Gremlins are playing with us. But up next, we have Phillips. He is meant to be going up against Sultan Al-Kasimi. Unfortunately, Sultan, just for some sort of personal reasons, he had to leave last night and head home. So we wish Sultan all the best. And yeah, so Ian will get a bye run here into the top 16. So it's a good feeler for him. We know Ian Phillips, he was up all last night trying to get alternators sorted. Him and his spotter, Matt Stevenson, you know, they couldn't find an LS alternator in in Oman, which I was mind blown by, but they ended up doing some sort of fixed job and they have a 350 alternator sitting in there and it is working. And we see Biz now making a pass to the circuit, just getting another lap under his belt. Biz is looking so confident in this car this morning now that it's back running 100%, and he says he's just here to put a show on and represent the UK. So yeah, it's very unfortunate we don't have Sultan in this battle. He was driving amazing yesterday in that beautifully built Corvette. So we wish Sultan all the best, and hopefully we can see him back around 4. But as we see Ian Phillips now come along the wall into zone 9, lovely line by Biz, hugging that white line as he comes through into the last transition and puts the foot down, filling zone 10. Wow, not a bad run from Biz. Okay, so as we see the replay of Ian Phillips Byron, looking so comfortable in that 350Z, really is. Like, it's a credit to them. They were up all last night, they were running around trying to get the alternator scenario sorted, and I was absolutely delighted to see they got it sorted this morning. So we will see Biz return for the top 16. Okay, so up next we have Ahmed Al-Amri versus Ali Al-Shahani. So we're just waiting on Ali to make his way to the gridding area. So it's Al-Amri to lead and Al-Shahani to chase. It's Ahmed versus Ali. As we see Ahmed coming down, throwing it in, but Ali getting all wide into that first position. Does a good job not to make contact with the lead car, as we see Al-Amri now absolutely smoking this drift arena over on a lovely line through zone 3, as we see Shahari doing whatever he can to try and stick with the lead car. But the absolute speed of Al-Amri as he makes his way through clip 7, now transitioning for the last time, but oh yeah, just Shahari in the wrong place completely. Big straight and nearly an incomplete drift. As we see him now trying to do absolutely anything he can to get that car back online. Oh, just getting it wrong in the last corner, unfortunately. But a lovely lead line from Ahmed Al-Amri. Lovely wall tag there at zone 3 there from Ahmed Al-Amri. S15 is an absolute beast of a car. You see, here's where it all starts to go wrong for Shahari. As you see coming in there now, he just completely in the wrong place, drifting the wrong way, straight and doing, practically having to reinitiate into zone 9, and then here he just goes to cut the track to make the dive and gets it all wrong, unfortunately for him. So we will swap them around and we will go with the second half of this battle. So we swapped them around. It's Ali Al-Shahani to lead, and it's Ahmed Al-Amri to chase. Okay, so here we go. Shahari to lead, Al-Amri to chase. Cars coming down, throwing it in wild. Big initiation from Shahari, but he is ending up a bit too shallow, missing zone 1 nearly completely. Alamry is doing a nice job now, you know, he's sticking with him, but he's not getting too close, just in case. We see big angle there, yet again from Shahari, but cutting zone 3 out of it completely now as he comes his way through 5, making his way out to 6. And we see Alamry just right there with him, just sticking with him, doing what he has to do, and oh, we see an over rotation from Shahari, which will probably give us a definite answer to that. We see Alamri there now coming around the last corner into the final transition, just using this second half run just to get another lap of the track under his belt and get comfortable with the ever-changing conditions. You know, as the sun sets out here, the track temperatures change and the conditions change again, so it's an ongoing tricky scenario for the drivers, but it's something they have to get used to it, and they do get used to it. As we see both guys out of the car shaking hands. Marshall's running with fire extinguishers. I wonder if there's something that we missed there when we were watching the replay. Oh, what? They're running with fire extinguishers to the other car now. What? There's a chance of 2 of them go. And your winner is Ahmed Al-Amri. So he will move on to the top 16. Let's hope there's not too many big mechanical problems there with that. Obviously, they're not spraying a fire extinguisher in for no reason. Obviously, the guys, our track team, saw something, so hopefully Alamry can get that fixed and make his way back out for the top 16. So we can see our track team just making sure, you know, both cars are safe to move. It'd be very interesting to see what would happen there. I'd assume and just getting a bit too hot maybe. I'm not 100% sure because we were watching the replay, so it could have been a huge fire for all I know. But look, we're going to move on to the next battle, and we have Steve Bagsy Bagioni leading in. My apologies, it's Tamer Lipsky. I just got a blank brain there for a minute. So yeah, Bagsy looking so comfortable representing the UK, and Tamer Lipsky representing the UK. It's PS13 versus E46. So there's both guys sitting in line, getting ready. Our start line marshal gives them the signal. He presses the traffic light. And here we go. So it's Bagsy to lead. It's Timur Lipsky to chase. Bagsy clipping the cone on the way in through the chicane as we see Timur right there with Bagsy. Oh, just ended up a small bit inside the track now. He's going to have to put the foot down to try and get up in the door of that PS13 as we see Bagsy now absolutely smoking the Oman Drift Arena over here as he comes through in the clip 3. Lovely wide line from Steve Bagioni as Bagsy now doing whatever he can to give that ideal lead line as we see Timur Lipsky coming in. Bagsy balloons cones over there as they come into transition out to the touch and go clip at 8. Bagsy now putting foot to the floor, but Taylor Lipsky is right there with him, starting to close the gap now as they come into the second last clip, filling zone 9. Lovely as both guys. How did Timur Lipsky not make contact there with Bagsy? But Bagsy is just putting on a masterclass in the lead position. Brilliant run from both guys. As we see in the replay here, Timur just ended up a little bit too much on the inside, but he puts the foot in, starts to reel in on the door of Bagsy, and from here it's a very good chase run. Lucky not to make contact. Look at that, Bagsy perfectly on the outer line of zone 3. That is brilliant driving from the UK driver. Here he is absolutely ballooning the cones out of it. Transition for clip 8 and working his way across. It's a lovely lead line yet again from Bagsy. See him hooking that white line there, but how did Timur not make contact? As they come over the line. Okay, so we will swap them around and we will go again, and it will be Timur to lead and Bagsy to chase. We see Timur's just making his way off the track there. Just had a little bit of a cool down lap. So we see Bagsy probably talking to his spotter, trying to figure out what happened behind me and what do I need to do. The two questions every drifter asks. As we see Timur's just sitting back there, not really sure why he hasn't pulled up. He seems to have signalled the marshal over, so I'm hoping there's not an issue with the car, that we we can get the second half of this battle. So I'm not quite sure what's going on. I'm not sure if it's a 5-minute rule or is Timur just cooling down his car. He seems to be making his way off and heading to the pits. So yeah, and Bagsy's heading that way as well. So I'm going to put a guesstimation on it that it's a 5-minute rule. I'm just waiting for confirmation from our judges. They seem to not want to be talking to me today. But yeah, both guys making way off the track, so we can safely say that's a 5-minute rule to Timur Lipsky, and we will resume the second half of that battle when we get two cars back on the track. Okay, so while we wait on Timur on that 5-minute rule, we'll move on to our next battle, which is Tarouk Al-Shahani versus Abdullah Jaward. As we can hear, tires being warmed up in the background there. So we have Tarouk. He will be in the lead position in that lovely orange 180SX. And we have Jaward. So it's Abdullah versus Tarouk. Tarouk to lead, Abdullah to chase. Okay, our start line marshal gives a signal, the light goes green, and both cars are away. So it's Tarouk to lead and Abdullah to chase, as we see Tarouk drifting out of that chicane, throwing him wild. Abdullah is not really with him. Tarouk was looking so strong yesterday and in practice this morning. We can clearly see Abdullah doing absolutely anything he can to try and stay with that orange 180SX. Cutting the track though, unfortunately, is not what the judges want to see, as we see Tarouk absolutely slaying them tyres as he comes through clip 6, working his way for him inside clip 7. Starting to see now Abdullah is that far back that the words incomplete chase could be coming into play, as we see Tarouk transition. Lovely filling that line for clip 9. Transitioning for the last time out to 10. This is not a bad run at all. Just very unfortunate for Abdullah. He was just spectating that battle. So we see Tarouk practically drifting out of the chicane. Just showing how much power is in that. But look at Zone 1. He sat that back wheel right on that outside white line, and he did not leave it until the end of the zone. So that's a lovely driving from Tarouk Al-Shahani. Tarouk nearly using the first half of this battle like another practice run or a qualifying run, but he doing an absolute fantastic job. But here we go for the second half, and we see Abdullah clipping the cone as they come out. Tarouk's staying there right with him. Abdullah very shallow now, and he starts to put two wheels off, clipping all the cones going around. As we see Tarouk now just sitting in there right behind him, doing a good job to stay close, even though, you know, the lead line wouldn't have been the greatest through that first section. As we see Tarouk now absolutely banging limiter, trying to stay behind the slower car on the front brakes and all. As we see Abdullah just doing absolutely anything, and he really looks like he's fighting that car today. Oh, what's after happening here? Tarouk is after breaking down in the middle of the track, and maybe Abdullah could have just been through a lifeline here. It's going to be very interesting to see what way our judges go with this one. So we see now Abdullah transition for the last time over the line, and Tarouk is going to be disappointed there. He was after a whopper of a lead line. And, you know, not a bad chase. He did what he could. You see there, Abdullah was very shallow coming in and then went so deep, practically just keeping one wheel on. That'll be a heavy deduction in the judges' eyes, but incomplete lap is a 0 from Tarouk, so it's not an easy one for our judges. As we see just there as he lined up for the transition, Tarouk just off power straightened and drove in. Not quite sure if it's a broken drive shaft or some sort of wiring or mechanical issue, but yeah, it's just very unfortunate for him now, because, you know, he's been driving amazing all weekend, and he was one I had already kind of picked to go a long way. So I'm just waiting for the graphic to come up to get our decision, and I'm not sure if he's going to come up or not, but I'll let you know momentarily. Okay, so while I'm waiting to get that result, we're going to go back to the second half of Timur Lipsky and Steve Bagsy. So, okay, so we have Steve Bagsy and we have Timur Lipsky. Timur the lead, Bagsy the chase. We see Timur coming down, throwing it in. Bagsy is right there with him now. Timur on a nice wide line, filling zone one lovely as we see Bagsy now putting the foot in, starting to reel in the side of that E46. Timur doing absolutely anything he can to get away from that PS13 of Steve Bagsy. So we see them coming down into clip 5. This is a lovely lead line from Timur. Bagsy wanted to start to reel him in now, coming into the second last transition as they get ready now to line it up for the flick onto the wall. Lovely wall run from both guys. Timur's on a beautiful lead line coming through zone 9, coming in now to the last transition. Bagsy needs to make a massive dive and reel him in. Can he get on the door at E46? Yes, he can. Lovely run by both guys. Lipsky doing a lovely lead line here. Bagsy, you know, he's with him, but there's not enough proximity. He's close enough. It's not like he's too far away, but I would have definitely liked to see more consistent proximity, sticking it right on the door of that E46. As we see them now coming through the smoke here. Watch this transition onto the wall from both guys. Absolutely lovely. Timur on a lovely line through zone 9. Right on that outside white line, exactly as the judges asked in our driver's briefing this morning, as we see Bagsy now reeling them in there over the finish line. It's not a bad run from both guys. We see Timur and his hands were shaking there to waiting on the result. It's a nervous way for both guys. They want to know, have they done enough? As we see Bagsy doing the classic race car driver, boom, helmet off, hat on. Watch this for a transition. Perfect timing. Brilliant transition from helmet to hat from Bagsy. Our judges having a good conversation about this one. So, as we are still awaiting, the judges are deliberating. So intense. Both guys just staring at our marshal, waiting to see which way his hand goes. And it's a one more time from both guys, so they will go in and change tyres, and we will see them back out very shortly. Okay, so we will move on to our last battle on the left-hand side of the bracket, and that is Samir Sabah versus Hussein Messalami. As we see Bagsy and Timur leave the track and go get the cars prepped and ready to come back for that one more time. Okay, so both cars on the line. we have Samir in the E36 in the lead and Hussein in the E46 in the chase. Poor Hussein's E46, you know, the bonnet went up last night in qualifying, did a bit of damage. He clipped the wall this morning, took the back off the car. The car's had a hard 2 days, but he is not giving up here. As we see Samir throwing it in, absolutely lovely. Hussein doing anything he can now, trying to reel in the gap. Both guys filling outside zone 1 perfectly nearly as they transition for the first time to line up for zone 3. Samir just a small bit shallow. Hussein nearly stalls up to avoid contact. Now as we see Samir dropping the wheel there and putting one wheel off on the inside. Hussein though just getting it all wrong, clipping the 2 cones as they're stuck underneath his steering, bringing the cones for a lap of the track. Seems like his steering's still playing ball, so that's the main thing as we see Samir throwing it out to the wall. Hussein doing anything he can, trying to reel him in and salvage the second half of his run as the transition for the last time into zone 10 as we Samir clipping the wall. Wow, Hussein with the 2 cones. That was exciting. Just at clip 5, that's where it all started to go wrong for Hussein. He ended up too much on the inside of the track, getting them 2 cones stuck perfectly underneath the subframe. I'd say if you tried to do that, it'd be more difficult. Just coming back to this little wall tag at the end from Samir. So you see him transition now out wide, lovely and wide, and just clipping the edge of the wall with that wheel. Ho, ho, ho. Hopefully it didn't do any damage as our marshals try and get out. Oh, I see some liquid coming from Hussein's car. I really hope it's not oil. I thought I seen an oil cooler up the front there. So we see a lot of liquid actually coming from Hussein's car, so I'm sure our track marshals will have to go out and just do a quick little inspection to make sure there's nothing on the track. But yeah, that's the joys of catching the cones there, you know. It's just very easy to burst a cooler. So I just hope it's not too much damage that he can get repaired. I also hope the track isn't destroyed. So we see marshals are just walking out to have a quick look around the place, so we will be back in a moment there, and we'll be figuring out if you say, oh yeah, no, just looking at that there, it is gushing out, but I can't tell from here what it is, if it's coolant, if it's power steering fluid, if it's oil. Whatever it is, it's not meant to be leaking on the ground, that's what I know. Okay, so I have just had people in here. I think my technical issue should be started. I can talk to my judges now, so we're after getting a small bit of information. So just to go back, remember the Al-Shahani and Abdullah Jaward The orange PS13 doing a lovely lead line and then just broke down in the chase. Well, it's going back to a one more time. So that's the result of that one. We're having a one more time on that. And on Timur, Lipsky and Bagsy. So Bagsy missed a few clips and Timur was dropping 1-2 wheels in places. So overall, with our judges' point deduction system, it was the easiest way to go back to it one more time. So look, I do apologise for the late information. I've just got my headset sorted now, and hopefully we can just have better contact with the judges the whole way through this event. You know, it's good for us to all have as much information on what is going on in the judge's head, and trust me, there's a lot going on in the judge's head. So we see Hussein being pulled up on the recovery truck.
عندنا الاسبوع الجاي الجوله الرابعه والاخيره من تحدي بطوله عمان الدوليه للانصراف معنا. طبعا بدينا في بدايه السنه
Okay, so I am back. I have my headphones working. I'm in communication with the judges now, and we will be resuming action very shortly. Just a small bit of an oil spill to clean up there after Hussein Massini's just a little bit of an accident with the cones. Let's hope there's not too much damage done to that car. So as we see our track team there now just cleaning up the oil spill at the start line. So yeah, both cars, Samir and Hussein, are on a 5-minute rule. Samir called a 5-minute rule with some technical issues after the first half, and then obviously Hussein had that burst and a lot of oil leaking out. So we just need to get that cleaned up, and we'll resume action very, very soon. All right.
موجودة وظروف غريبة تريد هذه المجموعات والمؤسسات يا حوار مرحبا أنا معنا دائما في مدير عملية السيارة. يا اخي يستاهلوا شباب عمان مارشد، يستاهلوا تحيه، حي وتحيه كبيره لفريق مركز عمان، يستاهلوا تحيه على جهودهم، يعطيهم العافيه شباب شغالين. تذكروا دائما ان الحلبه جاهزه مستعده ومسار السيارات ايضا مسار سيارات ومسار سيارات جاهز بعيد عن اي شيء ممكن انه يسبب حادث او يسبب اي شيء اي مشكله في اثناء السباق. كيف توقيت نشوف الوائل الموجوده على خط البدايه ما شاء الله عليهم. خط المكان في صوت الوضع الشهاني سحب السباق لما طلع قبل السيارة فمعليش صارت، لكن ستيل عندنا عبد الله جواد راح يدخل ينزل مرة ثانية وراح نشوفه معانا في البلاك في الثيرد فسمعونا تحية لفارق شهاني، يستاهل تحية وقول إن شاء الله نعوض خير بإذن الله. نعوض خير إن شاء الله والجاي أحسن بإذن الله تعالى. صورة طيبة للمتابعين منهم من كل إن شاء الله. اليوم نشوف ان شاء الله سواء يعني اغلب السائقين او عندنا في مشاكل واعطال السيارات من اطار الشهاني او السياره بعض السائقين ضاعوا مرشح هذا السفر كبير الرياض ثم نشوف الحين في الشاشة أحمد حام في عطل عند السيارة خلينا نشوف إن شاء الله خير. أحمد حام سيارة رقم 6 فرض بعد هذا الهيت مع ياسر
Okay, so welcome back. As we see, our camera has just changed, and we have Ahmed Aham, who was scheduled to be in our next battle, and he's been put in a recovery truck. So I am waiting to find out exactly what's going on there. I'm hearing the word 5-minute rule, but in the background, I do see Samir's E36 making it out. I have found out that unfortunately Hussein cannot get that car fixed in 5 minutes, and he will be bowing out of competition, which means Samir will get the win. So he will just do a pass to the track. We see him just creating a new burnout box because the Ham has just turned our old burnout box into a recovery box. So nice, tricky start to the competition here. Now we hopefully everything settles down and we find our feet and we get going. But yeah, we're just going to see Samir complete his second battle, and unfortunately Hussein Messalami is not going to make it, and he has to bow out of competition. So this is just another lap for Samir, so he can get a bit more knowledge on the track conditions and what way it's working out. Sorry, I just had to turn the judges down in my ear because they are actually singing. But yep, here we go. We have Samir to leave the line on his by run as he comes in, throwing it in nice and wide. He's going to use this line to try and figure out absolutely as much information as possible, so he knows what he's up against when he gets into the top 16. As I say, as the sun is setting down here, the track temperatures are dropping, and the grip levels are changing. A lot of drivers are saying that that's the little trick, is trying to just keep up with the forever moving grip levels. But we see Samir now doing a not a bad job at all in this V8 E36. He throws it out wide for zone 9, absolutely smoking the Oman Drift Arena out of it, and transition for the final time and over the line. So yeah, Samir will move on to our top 16. Okay, so I'm just getting information that unfortunately Tarouk Al-Shahani is not going to make it for the second half of this battle, and he's going to have to bow out of competition, which would mean Abdullah Jaward is going to get a single pass to the track, and once he initiates, he wins this battle and moves on to the top 16. So Abdullah is just going to use this to try and figure out what the track grip levels are like right now and bring that information into the top 16, where he will be facing Samir. So yeah, both guys getting by runs to figure out before their top 16, as we see Abdullah coming down, playing with fire. I see that bonnet is starting to lift. We seen bonnets come up yesterday, so will he keep it down as he drops a wheel there, transitioning out for zone 3. Not as deep as you'd like to say, but as I already said, once he initiated by that line, he's won this battle, so no matter what happens. You see Abdullah, really his bonnet, it's such a nervous thing when you're driving and you see your bonnet flapping like that. You're just like, please don't come up, please don't come up. I don't need to replace the windscreen. So we we see Abdullah now transitions for the wall, not out deep in the 9 at all. He's going to have to try and work on that and get a lot deeper in his top 16 battle, because Samir was killing it through the second part of this track. So it's going to be interesting to see how both these guys go. But yeah, that is Abdullah Jaward moving on to the top 16. Okay, so we are moving on to our next battle, and we have Nicholas Burtas, aka Nick Nack, and he is up against Ali Al-Boushi. And I'm just wondering, where is Ali at? There's Ali there. That many one more times, I kind of got a little bit nervous. So we see Nick Nack sitting on the start line, looking so confident. This young man is ridiculously fast around this round tree layout here in the Oman Drift Arena. So Ali Al-Boushi, one of the local Oman drivers, he is going to have his work cut out for him, because he knows Nick Nack is fast. So we wait Ali to just finish warming his tyres there in the background and make his way to the start line, and we will get this battle underway. Okay, so we have two cars on the line. It is Nick Nack to lead and Ali Al-Boushi to chase. And here we go. Both drivers get the green light. Nick Nack drifting out of that chicane. And look at the speed of the young man coming down the straight. He's not too deep in zone 1, but he does keep the wheels in there. Ali is starting to fall back now. He has to put the foot to the floor to try and reel in Nick Nack, as we see Nick Nack now tracks. Massive transition, lovely and wide. Ali cutting the track a small bit there, zone 3, to try and get proximity. The judges will be taking note of that. But we see Nick Nack now, once he puts the foot down, pulling a massive gap in front of Ali Al-Boushi, as we see Nick Nack is just driving away from us. This young man is looking so confident in this round 3 layout. It's absolute speed of this E36. I don't even know if the live stream does it justice, but my jaw was on the floor earlier on watching this as he transitions for the last time. Ali cutting the track, trying to gain some proximity back, but unfortunately that's not the way of doing it. So I would say that'd be an advantage to Nick Nack, mainly due to the proximity, and Ali just dropping wheels so slightly in a few different places. But a lovely lead line by Nicholas Burtas, like absolutely nearly pinpoint accuracy. Nick Nack doing whatever he can. Look at that, lovely and wide into zone 9. This young man's looking so confident today. I think he's one that could go far. Okay, so we have both cars on the line. It's Ali Al-Boushi to the lead. It's Nick Nack to chase. Ali coming down, so we know Nick Nack's the faster car. How will he deal with chasing Ali? Look at this as they come through zone 1. Absolutely beautiful chasing from Nick Nack. He is right there with Ali. Oh, what a transition through the smoke. Ali doing a brilliant job now, filling zone 3 perfectly, but Nick Nack is touching him, coming through clip 4. Ali Mashallah bringing Nick Nack onto the inside. I think the judges won't deduct too many points for that, as the lead car brought him in there. Nick Nack hanging back now. He knows he's a slower car. He's going to give him the room as they transition out for the wall. Huge dive from Nick Nack, touching Ali all the way around zone 9, transitioning for the last time. Nick Nack through the smoke. Absolute brilliant chase from the young driver. So I think it'll all come back to that inside clip 5. I'm pretty sure from what I seen that Ali was a bit shallow, which would have brought Nick Nack in there. He'd really had nowhere to go. You see now here they're coming up clip 4, and it's the next one here. So Ali dropping a wheel there now. See, look there, the little straight, and he forced Nick Nack off the track there. So I'd be very confident, you know, the judges would see it that way. See Nick Nack now, very intelligent drive, and backs off going, okay, I'm going to let him get his bearings again, and now I'll make my dive. Look at this dive through the smoke. Absolutely unbelievable from the young man. What a driver. So calculated. So much experience for such a young man. As we see both cars pulled up in front of our marshal. And Nick Nack gets the win. Okay, so up next we have another buy run. So unfortunately Haitham Hadidi, his second car blew up this morning, or had some sort of mechanical failure, and we have Ehab making a pass at the track. Not really using the full advantage of drifting the track. Maybe he might have some sort of issues with his own car, and he's going to save it. But yeah, we have Ehab making his way and moving on to the top 16. Very unfortunate about Haitham, you know. He had some mechanical failure yesterday, got a borrowed car before qualifying, came out, brilliant qualifying session. If I'm correct, Haitham qualified in 7th in the borrowed car with no practice, and then, yeah, just this morning, some sort of mechanical failure, and just unfortunately he has to bow out of competition. But look, we will see Haitham back strong next week in his own car for round 4. Okay, so we have Ahmed Daham on the line to lead in Yazir Al-Sharta. And we see here Daham, the anti-lag, absolutely banging from that S14 as he leaves the line. Yazir starting to drop back. Look at this initiation from Daham. Absolutely beautiful. Hooking that wide line all the way around. Filling the whole way to zone 2. No braking at all in the first decel zone as we see Daham now. Lovely and wide through zone 3. Yazir just getting it all wrong ever so slightly, but Yazir did have a huge impact with the wall this morning as we see that S15 is practically a compact now. I'm sure them guys, a lot of hard work trying to get that car back out, so it's rewarding to see him at least make his battle in the top 32. But Ham is just putting on a masterclass here in the lead position. Absolutely brilliant. Not sure what that mechanical issue in the burnout box was earlier, but they obviously have that solved, and look at that. Yazir, you know, credit to him. If you seen that crash this morning in practice, I didn't think that car would be back out, so, you know, fair play to him for him and his team putting the car back together and getting out and at least attempting this battle with Ahmed Daham. Absolutely beautiful lead line from Ahmed Daham now. Just watch it here again, like in the replay. He is just such a comfortable driver. Like, he's, you know, he's very impressive to watch. But it's going to be a lot of pressure on him here now. You know, he's chasing in Yazir. Yazir, you know, as I say, he had that big crash that ended his practice early. The guys had the whole back of that car stripped, fixed. I actually even seen our recovery truck with the winch over, pulling it back straight. So I'm not 100% sure how good or bad that car is, but look, he was confident enough to try it. He's in the lead position. You know, I'm sure after the impact he had this morning, he's just delighted to get to his top 32 battle against Ahmed Daham. But look, both cars leave the line. So we see Yazir coming down. Daham is right there with him now, not giving him much room. Very brave initiation from Daham, sticking it right beside Yazir, as Yazir is on a bit of a shallow line, but doing whatever he can to try and keep that Nissan Silvia moving. Daham now is just right with him, basically just following him anywhere he goes. If you're going on a shallow line, I'm going to stick it on a shallow line. So we see them as they make their way through clip 5, working out to 6 now, lining up for inner clip 7, and they transition towards the touch and go clip 8. Daham is right there with him. Ahmed Daham putting on a masterclass in the chase position. This is unbelievable to watch from the Jordan driver, as we see him flick back one more time. If you see Yazir on the inside and Daham perfectly on the outside. You know what? Well done, Yazir. Fair play to you. That was a big impact this morning, and I'm glad to see you and your team got that car back out. And there you have it. Ahmed Daham gets the win, and he moves on to the top 16 to face Nick Nack. Now that is a battle I am excited for later on. Okay, up next we have in the lead position representing Ireland, it is Alan Hines, and he is up against Mohammed Al-Mansouri. An absolute unbelievable drone shot. It's a credit to the track team here how amazing the Oman Drift Arena looks today. Like, I cannot wait for later on, get the lights on, we get the show going, and it's going to be a crazy night of drifting. But before we get to that, we're going to have to get through our top 32, and Alan Hines versus Mohammed Al-Mansouri. We see Alan Hines in that green S14 leaving Mohammed Al-Mansouri in the chase. Hines coming down now, throwing it in. Lovely initiation from Alan Hines. Mansouri doing great job not to make contact, but he has to back out now. Alan Hines is on a lovely lead line. Mansouri cuts the track a small bit there just to gain proximity, which he does. Look at this. Alan Hines tagging the wall in zone 3. Absolutely perfect. As we see Mansouri now starting to drop back. Hines is putting the foot down, doing anything he can to try and create a bigger gap through, but Mansouri just getting lost in the smoke. Very unfortunate. Once you drop back here in the smoke, it's very hard to see where you're going, as we see Alan Hines yet again filling zone 9 perfectly on that outer line. Last transition, lovely wide line all the way out to 10 and over the line. Lovely lead run from Alan Hines, and just unfortunate for Mansouri, he just drops back ever so slightly. See, look at that wall tag from Alan Hines. Absolutely beautiful. So brave going out toward them walls. You know, we have seen some drivers yesterday and today in practice make heavy contact with that wall, so there's a lot of bravery required to do a move like that. But Mansouri, just, at this point now, as they make their way into zone 9, he's just not in it at all, so it's very unfortunate. And here we see he just cuts the track, transitions a little bit late to try and make the dive, but yeah, Alan Hines knew exactly what he needed to do. Okay, so we have them swapped around. It is Mohammed Al-Mansouri to lead and Alan Hines to chase. Okay, they get the green light and away they go. Mansouri representing UAE, Alan Hines representing Ireland. As you see Mansouri travelling in lovely. Alan Hines just hanging back ever so slightly there, giving him enough time to get the car settled. Now he's starting to reel him in there. Mansouri throwing on big angle, which slowed that car up, giving Hines every opportunity to close that gap, as we see them now coming out of zone 3. Mansouri little wobble, trying to make sure the car gets out to 4. Alan Hines dropping one wheel on the inside through 5 there now, as we see Mansouri not too bad now of a lead line. He's got it back together. Alan Hines right with him. Not as much proximity as I expected, but there's the proximity now. Huge dive through the smoke into zone 9. Mansouri running a lovely wide line, but Alan Hines is right there with him as they transition for the last time around the last corner, filling out zone 10. As we see the replay here, Mansouri, you know, he's not on a bad lead line. He is ticking the boxes, but you know, he is shallow at all the clips. And we see Hines from this point on now, he just puts the foot in going, right, I need to close and get on his door before the end. Lovely transition through the smoke here to reel in the proximity, and then the transition for the second last time out to the wall. As we see Hines nearly on a deeper line than the lead car as Mansouri comes around. Second last corner, transition's nice there. It's not a bad run for both guys. And your winner is Alan Hines. So unfortunately that's the end of Mansouri's day, but we will see him back next week for round 4. Okay, so we're going to move back a little bit to the one more time between Bagsy and Timur Lipsky. As we see Bagsy representing the UK, Timur representing Ukraine. Both guys, they've already done the battle, they have an idea what to expect. We've Bagsy in the lead, Timur in the chase. Here we go, listen to the screams of Bagsy's car as it comes down the straight. Timur thrown in right there with him though, doing well not to make contact. Absolute brilliant initiation from both guys as we see Bagsy now. A little bit of a shallow line coming through clip 2, but Timur is right there with him, putting massive pressure on the UK driver. Now Bagsy doing anything he can to try and pull a gap, but look at Timur Lipsky. The Ukrainian is stuck right there with the UK man. Oh, and how did it not make contact as they come through that corner there, transitioning first 7, line up for 8. Now Timur just had to over-rotate a small bit, giving Bagsy a bit of a gap. Now Timur on the wrong side of the track. Bagsy with a lovely wall run, filling the outer line at 9. This is going to be a difficult one for our judges as the transition for the last time. Timur just a small bit of a straighten on the transition, but wow, what a run from both guys. Timur doing a great job not to make contact with Bagsy there, but look at this from the young man from Ukraine. He is right with Bagsy. Look, Bagsy on a lovely line, but he's so confidently through it there. Oh, how did it not make contact? Just there in between 6 and 7. This is it. Once Bagsy transitions here, Timur just drops back ever so slightly. Bagsy right out to the wall, perfectly on that outer line, doing exactly as he's asked by the judges. Timur just cutting the track ever so slightly to gain the proximity, and whatever happened there, just a bit of a straighten, mistimed transition. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm sure our judges will be looking at that one. Okay, so we have both guys back on the line. Timur Lipsky to chase. Bagsy. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Timur Lipsky to lead and Bagsy to chase. As we see Timur drifting out to chicane, but look at Bagsy. He's right there with him. His spotter will be in his ear saying, Bagsy, you got to stick it on him. He stuck it on you, man. As we see them now coming through. Look at this chase driving from Bagsy. He is right there with Timur Lipsky, as he's touching that E46 coming through clip 2. Lovely through zone 3 now from both guys. Timur's on a lovely lead line, but Bagsy yet again is right there with him, keeping the proximity. Consistent proximity is what we want to see here today as they transition back now, lining up for that touch and go. And Timur doing anything he can to try and pull a gap and getting both cars out lovely to the wall. This is a brilliant drive from both guys. Absolutely cracking run. Bagsy doing a great job not to make contact as he dives through the smoke right on Timur's door. Absolutely brilliant chase from Steve Bagsy Bagioni. You see there, Timur just slightly over-rotating on initiation, giving Bagsy every opportunity to get in on his door. And to be fair, credit where credit's due, Bagsy, you know, once he got in there, he stayed in there. That was a good chase drive from the UK man. And your winner is Bagsy. Unfortunately, that's the end of Timur Lipsky's day, but we will see him back next week for round 4. Okay, so we move on to the next battle as we see Ali Maxseed in the lead position in a crazy GTA 6, such a fast car. And he is being chased down by McKeely, the Irishman representing Australia. He's been living out there for the last 10 plus years, bringing his car out to Oman. McKelly's car is just insane, just insane. It's the loudest car I think I've ever heard, and yeah. Let's see how Mick can deal with Ali Maxseed. You see Ali Clipicone coming through there. Mickey Moo is right with him now as they throw it in. Look at Ali Maxseed putting the foot down. Mickey Moo just ended up on the inside of the track, a little bit too shallow. He's going to have to use all that power now to try and reel back in Ali Maxseed. Ali Maxseed on a lovely lead line so far. Just so consistent like he was all day yesterday, all morning, all today. McKelly now really dropping back. He doesn't seem to have an answer from Ali Maxseed as we see Ali just throwing it around. Mick, unfortunately, just getting lost in the smoke. Trust me, there is a lot of smoke from Ali Maxseed's car as we see them transition for the last time into zone 10 and over the line. Very unfortunate for Mickey Moo just getting it all wrong, but what lead line by Ali Maxseed. So as we see in the replay there, Ali Maxseed just driving away, lovely lead line. He's looking so confident in that GTA 6 on this round 3 layout here at the Oman Drift Arena. But yeah, pressure's on now. Mickey Moo, McKelly. He has one of the fastest drivers here chasing him down. So we see the concentration in Mickey Moo's eyes. Okay, start line marshal gives him a thumbs up. The lights are flickering. They get the green light, and here we go. It's Mickey Moo to lead and Ali Maxseed to chase. As they come down, Mickey Moo Tentative initiation, but Ali Maxseed is right there with him. How did he not make contact as they came through that first zone? As Mickey Moo now on a lovely lead line. Absolute credit to the Irishman. But Ali Maxseed is just practically touching him the whole way around as they come through clip 4 now, working for inner clip 5 and pushing out for outside clip 6. This is a lovely line from Mickey Moo. Just unfortunately, it's not going to be enough to overturn what happened in the first half of this battle. But Ali Maxseed doing a great job chasing the lead car. Mickey Moo, where is this driving came out? Hugging that outer wide line. Fair play to him. As we see Ali Maxseed pushing a Mickey Moo, tags the wall at the end. Gets away very lightly, missing the end of it. But all in all, that was a great lead line. But Ali Maxseed in the chase. Wow. I'm just in shock here watching this lead line by Mickey Moo. An absolute credit to him. Like, that was a beautiful lead line. But Ali Maxseed just showing he is so comfortable in that GT86. As we see Mickey Moo just makes contact there. As we see that back wheel bent out. So, obviously a bit more damage when he made contact with that wall. Oh, both guys out of the car. As we see the recovery truck coming out, obviously Mickey Moo must have bent something on the back of that car there when he made contact with the wall just before the finish line. Okay, so as we await our decision from the judges. And your winner is Ali Maxseed. We will see him return for the top 16. So we see the recovery truck there just looking at Mickey Moo's car. And I'm just hearing in my ear from our control tower above, I think Mickey Moo maybe has moved the last block. So if that is moved, we will have to just go out and do a quick fix and make sure the track is safe and consistent for all drivers. And then we'll be moving on to our next battle. But wait, it kind of looks like Ali Maxseed's been picked up here by the recovery truck now. I'm not really sure what's going on. Oh, what? Ali Maxseed has no tyre on. What happened there? And his whole rim is ripped off. I'm not sure what happened there now, but it must have just happened at the end, because there's no way he did that chase with only one tyre. And if he did, what a man. What a man. Okay, so our judges have just informed me that when Mickey Moo made contact with the wall, Ali Maxseed was so close behind him, he actually hit the wall harder, and we didn't see that because of the smoke. So he's actually tore the whole outer lip off his alloy, which made the tyre come off. So Mickey Moo's a bent rear wheel, and Ali Maxseed's missing a tyre. So I think we've 2 cars to be recovered as we see our second recovery truck coming on. No mess around here. At the Oman International Drift Championship, 2 recovery trucks pulled cars off, so we can see Mickey Moo's rear wheel there. Yeah, she's bent in a fair bit, alright. But hopefully there's not too much damage to Ali Maxseed's car. It's just a damaged wheel, and he can just change that out, and he'll be ready to go for the top 16.
الرابع الهيت الخامس معنا أحمد العامري الهيت السادس ستيف باجسي الهيت السابع معنا عبد الله جواد عبد الله والهيت الثامن فاز معنا المتسابق تامر صابح وايضا فاز معنا احمد الحامد الهيت التاسع والهيت العاشر نيك مات البوشي وايضا الهيت ال11 ايهاب ابو فلاح فاز معنا ايضا الهيت 12 هنا الف هاينز والهيت 13 علي مقصود كذا هذول كلهم متأهلين للحين إلى دور ال 16. تبقى معنا ثلاث فريقات ثلاث حكومات بين محمد البخاري وخليجة الجاي العماني بعدها أندرياس ووقاص البلوشي وبالأخير راح تكون دولة كاب 32 راح نكون عن الأخير مع رياض نفسه.
Okay, so we have both cars recovered off the track and we are moving on to our next battle, which will see Mohammed Hamdan to lead and Refat to chase. So we have both cars on the line. Our recovery trucks are just pulling out the exit, as I can see out my window here. And oh, what's happening here? So I'm going to try and get some confirmation of what's going on. I think he's just going to rewarm his tires, possibly. Okay, yeah, so the guys were just sitting there for a minute. So our start line marshal is just going to let them go back to rewarm the tires, you know, make sure the heat's in them and they're ready to go. So we see Mohammed Hamdan make his way to the line. He's in the lead position, and then Refat will be in the chase. So Refat has just gone into the burnout box, give a quick little warm up, and then he will be rejoining us and getting into the chase position. As we see the sun starting to set here in Oman, the lights are on the start line. This thing looks absolutely amazing at night time, and I can't wait for everyone to see it. We see the crowd is starting to fill up here as we come towards the closing end of our top 32, and then we will be moving on to our top 16. Everyone in the top 16 obviously will have a battle and a win under their belts. So here we go. It is Mohammed Hamdan to lead in Refat as we nearly see contact on the run-in. Hamdan throwing it in, but Refat just ended up in the completely wrong part of the track. Obviously he had to back out to avoid that that contact as they come in now. Look at Hamdan, very shallow, but Refat is completely on the inside of the track. Hamdan there now nearly putting 3 wheels off at clip 4. You want to be careful there. He doesn't throw this one away. Now Refat is doing whatever he can to try and close them up as they transition for that touch and go clip 8. As they move now, getting ready for the second last transition out to the wall. Bit wide, 1 wheel drop, possibly 2 there for Hamdan. Refat doing a good job not to make contact. Wow, how did he not make contact with him there as Hamdan transitions for the last time and brings it over the line. As we just watched the replay here, see this, look, nearly contact. I think the chase car maybe just a little bit too eager to get up close, not giving Hamdan enough room for his weight transfer to initiate. So we see here now, both cars are dialing in, but then Refat just ends up on the inside of the track, completely, nearly making contact with Hamdan, which pushes Hamdan a small bit wider. But yeah, just unfortunately for Refat, that run-in, making contact, possibly got into his head, and it just messed up his chase run from there on in. So a lot of work for him when we swapped him over and we put him into the lead position. We see here now, Hamdan as they're coming through zone 9, he's dropping wheels there. It's a scrappy battle from both drivers, so it's going to be a tough one for our judges. Okay, so we have both cars back on the line. It's Refat to lead and Hamdan to chase. As we see, give this thumbs up to the start line, Marshall. The lights go green and away they go. Refat banging down the straight. Hamdan, knowing he maybe has a small bit of advantage, holding back ever so slightly, letting Refat settle that car. And now he puts the power in. Both guys on a lovely line through zone 1 as they come in. Hamdan just right there with Refat, doing whatever he can to try and stay with that 180SX. As they push out now wide to clip 4. Refat just putting one wheel over at clip 4. Possibly the same. Oh, 2 wheels at clip 5. But he brings it back in for the inside clip. Transitions for the touch and go at 8. As we see him transition one more time. Hamdan is right there with him. Not massive angle, but he has enough proximity probably to get the job done. So we see Refat transition for the last time. Filling zone 9, avoiding contact with the wall and bringing it over the line. We just see here, look, clip 6, 2 wheels there from Refat. You know, he's nearly consistently dropping 1-2 wheels around most of the track. So, you know, them small deductions, they will add up, you know, and that will affect their score at the end. So it's going to be interesting to see what way our judges will call this one. Oh, big straight in there now. Yeah, from Hamdan. Hamdan practically drove that last corner, barely drifting. Okay, so there you have it. Refat gets the win. Just talking to our judges there, it was kind of a battle of mistakes, and Refat just made a few mistakes less than Hamdan, so he will get the win and move on to our top 16, where he will face Ali Maxseed. That's a tough battle. Okay, up next, Andreas Vasiliauskas to lead in Burtas. It's going to be very interesting to see what way this goes. Vasiliauskas in the BMW and Burtas in the Mustang. So, not sure what's wrong with Hamdan there on the right hand side of our screen, so we're just going to make sure he's moved out of the way into a safe location before we get this second last battle in the top 32 underway. So once we get into the top 16, that's where the tempo is going to pick up. All these guys, you know, have a win under their belt, so they should be giving us a lot, like some really, really good battles. As we see a recovery truck coming out to just give Hamdan a little tow off the track. Okay, so we see Hamdan leave the track. So I would think we're going to let Vasiliauskas and Burtas just rewarm their tyres. Oh, no, both guys look happy enough to go. Starline Marshall gives the signal. The light goes green and away they go. So Vasiliauskas to lead, Burtas to chase. As we see Vasiliauskas throwing it in, big angle there now. Absolute screams of this BMW. Oh, Burtas has gone wide now, my shot, and I can't see where he is, but oh yeah, he's in a wall down the bottom. There he is there. Very unfortunate for Burtas, just getting it all wrong on initiation, as we see Vasiliauskas now just doing a clean pass of the track. Not sure what damage Burtas has done. I'm just looking out the window here. I'm not really looking at the monitor. See, he is out of the car, so we know the driver is okay. Big round of applause from the audience, and our track team are getting over. Just making sure Vasiliauskas has cleared the track before, you know, everyone can run on. But yeah, we just see there Burtas just came in, lost all grip. Unfortunately, the impact wasn't shown on the camera, but I did see a water barrier jump in the corner my eye out the window, so that would be a heavy enough impact. They are water barriers, they're in front of tyre bales, but they're concrete walls behind them, so there is a small bit of cushioning, but not too much there, as we've seen earlier on with some big impacts into the walls. But yeah, just looking very comfortable for Vasiliauskas. As we just wait to get some confirmation, just to make sure Burtas is okay. I can see him out of the car. And all the marshals are over there now, just getting the car back out. We've a recovery jeep on the way, so we're going to get that car recovered, see if he's able to continue, need a 5-minute rule, or what the situation is, and we can move on from there. Okay, so I've just been informed, unfortunately, Burtas is going to bow out of competition. He is limping that car out the track, but he reckons the damage is too much to fix in 5 minutes. So that would mean Andreas Vasiliauskas will get the win. But to do that, he has to complete, well, he has to initiate at least and complete the second half of this run. So Vasiliauskas is going to get another pass of the track just to make sure, you know, that he's comfortable, and it's fair, you know, we gave all the other cars as well the second run, so it gives him one more lap under his belt before he moves on to the top 16. I'm absolutely loving these drone shots of the Oman Drift Arena. It absolutely looks beautiful on camera. Like, it's a credit to the track team. The work they put in for 2 or 3 days painting the track, the detail, the hours. It's, you know, it all worked out in the end. It looks amazing. But we see Andreas Vasiliauskas leave the line for his by run. Well, the light goes green and he'll go whenever he's ready. So we see him coming in with a big flick, throwing it in absolutely backwards. He's just using this to get comfortable, figure out the forever changing grip levels on this track as the sun sets more here in Oman. Yeah, we see a nice run from Vasiliauskas here now. He's looking so comfortable in this round 3 track. Oh, lovely little wall tag. As he comes around clip 9, transitions for the last time and out to zone 10. And there we have it. So we will be moving on to our last battle in the top 32, which has Gremas versus Riyadh. Okay, so we have Gremas on the line in that Toyota Altezza. And we are just waiting for Riyadh to leave the burnout box and join him in the chase position. So a Toyota Altezza versus a Supra. Okay, so to get the green light, it is Gremas to lead and Riyadh to chase. So we see the flames banging from the bonnet and the wing of that Toyota Altezza. So you see Riyadh in the chase position in that Mark IV Supra, trying to close the gap, sticking on the back of that Toyota Altezza of Gremas. Gremas on a lovely line though. This guy is looking so comfortable on there. Oh, big over rotation from Riyadh and then putting him on the inside of the track. He does keep the car sideways, but he is completely offline. And as we see, this is gave Gremas the advantage now. Riyadh cutting the track again, trying to close the gap. As we see them transitions out for the touch and go, and Riyadh ended up on the inside. Gremas does well not to make contact with him. As we see, oh, not sure what happened there, but just all going wrong, unfortunately, for Riyadh in the transition. As we see Gremas bringing around the last corner, out to the wall and over the line. Yeah, we see coming in zone 3, big understeering there from Riyadh. And I think that is what helped or happened on the transition for zone 9, but I may wait to see the replay just to figure out. I was looking more at the lead car and I just caught him going off track in the background, so we're going to see it here now. Yeah, look at that. Wheels are turned the wrong way, but he ain't moving. So very unfortunate from Riyadh, but yeah, Gremas looking so comfortable in that Toyota Altezza. Okay, we have 2 cars back on the line. It's Riyadh to lead this time, Gremas to chase. I'm sure Gremas' spotter will be in his ear saying, you know, be careful. Both cars get the green light. And we see Riyadh bringing that Supra through the chicane. Gremas in the Toyota Altezza. Whoa, that was a wild, weird flick initiation from Riyadh. Gremas doing Great job to predict what was about to happen in that one, and the proximity has coming through zone 1. Okay, they're shallow, but he is right on the door of that mark through Supra. Riyadh though not on the qualifying line whatsoever, as he practically does a rolling burnout trying to get it back out to clip 4, pushing through the inside 5. See Gremas there now stuck right with him as they come through, transitioning for that touch and go clip 8. Needs to line up for the second last transition out to the wall, bringing that Supra, tagging the wall, absolutely lovely. Coming through the last section, Gremas is touching him as they transition into zone 10. Oh, safe is what I'm going to say to that one. And the Supra just sits it on the spot, absolutely lighting the tyres up, going, you know what, I meant to do that. That one could have went a lot worse. Look at that, what a mad initiation that was. Fair play to both guys for holding on. Okay, so I would say that spin just at the end from the Supra will give us our last driver to head into the top 16 bracket. And what a top 16 is shaking up to be. Our first battle sees 2 international drivers, Cherba versus Clint Van Hout. I think that one's going to be a good one. And the fact that Clint borrowed a turbo off Cherba for just before the top 32 started. So, you know, who knows? Maybe Cherba's going over going, hey, I need that turbo back, man, sorry. But, yeah, we can confirm that Krimitz gets the win, and he is moving on to the top 16. Okay guys, we're just going to take a quick commercial break. We will be back in 10 minutes time, resuming action, and from there we'll be heading into our top 16. So yeah, join us back in 10 minutes.
كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملاً جديداً لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار لأجل عمان اليوم غاية وهدف. منذ أكثر من 50 عاماً من جيل إلى جيل لأجل عمان الغد.
أربعة وعارض.
كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملاً جديداً لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار لأجل عمان اليوم غاية وهدف. منذ أكثر من 50 عاماً من جيل إلى جيل لأجل عمان الغد. كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملاً جديداً لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن.
The top 16, our first battle is our top qualifier, Benedictus Cherba, and he is up against Clint Van Oot. And in the second battle, it's Nazir Al-Harbali, and he is up against Ian Biz Phillips. Following that is Ahmed Al-Amri, and he is up against Bagsy. Followed up by Abdullah Jaward, and he is up against Samir. Followed by Ahmed Daham, and he is up against Knick-Knack. That definitely is one I really am excited for. Next battle after that will be Ehab versus Alan Hines, and then that will be followed by Ali Maxseed versus Refat, and finally Vasiliauskas versus Gremas. So an action-packed afternoon is set up here in Oman. The battles are looking good, the drivers are looking confident, the sun's gone down, the lights are on, the neons are on. This is going to be a wild evening. So yeah, get comfortable, get ready to go, and the top 16 will commence very soon. Okay, so as you can see, our top 16 bracket is up on the screen, and what a top 16 it's facing up to be. Cherba and Clint, really excited for that one. Daham and Knick-Knack, really excited for that one. I think that's going to be, that one could steal the show. We have Nazir Harbali versus Ian Phillips, two boys in practically identical cars, and Ian helped Nazir a lot. Even though they only met a couple of weeks ago at round 1 for the first time face to face, they've been in contact years due to the power of social media. And yeah, I'd say it's going to be very interesting because there's bragging rights in that one. So sit back, relax, get comfortable, because this is going to be a wild evening of drifting. Kieran Hines has put an absolute crazy track together here. 640 metres long, and it looks every bit of it. Each run is about a minute long. If that isn't enough to keep your drifting buzz going, I don't know what is. But yeah, I'm really, really excited. So in the very background, we see all the cars just making their way through the paddock, lining up. And once we have Cherba and Clint strapped in with all the safety equipment on and ready to go, we'll send them into the warm-up area. And we will get this top 16 underway. I'm starting to get excited now. Top 16 is really where the ball gets rolled in a drift event, because we know from this point on everyone's gunning for that top step on the podium. Okay, so our first battle is making its way to the line, and it is Benedictus Cherba, our top qualifier, against Clint van Oort from the Netherlands. As I said earlier, Clint borrowing a turbo before battle action this afternoon from Cherba. Well, what's the chance of that? And then the guys meeting in the top 16, I'm sure they've had a good laugh and joke about that in the pits. But yeah, anyone that follows drift around the world, you know we don't like anyone to win like that. The camaraderie in a drift paddock, there's nothing like it. You'll never find it anywhere else. But here we go. It's time to get serious. The game faces are on. It's Cherba the lead. It's Clint to chase. I am excited for this one. This is one I've been waiting all top 32 going, oh, this could be a cracker. So fingers crossed the commentator's curse doesn't come into play, and I didn't ruin this for everyone. But the lights are flickering. The green light's on. Cherba leads. Clint chases. Both cars through chicane clean, and here we go. Look at Cherba with Clint nearly making contact as he throws it in. Wild! I think there might have been contact there. Clint knocking Cherba completely on the inside of the track, 4 wheels off, and Clint has just stopped drifting. Yeah, whatever way the camera angle there was hard to tell. Cherba doing whatever he can now to get it back on, but that's 4 wheels off, but I'm pretty sure it would have been forced by the chase car. Very unfortunate for Clint. He knew Cherba was on it this weekend. He knows how fast he is, so he knew he had to give it everything as he threw it in there beside him. Unfortunately, he might have gave it a little bit too much. Cherba just running the wall as he's coming into zone 9. Transitions for the last time and out to 10. As we see Clint making his way off the track at the background there. Sorry, I'm just looking out my window here. But it all comes back to this initiation. Look at the aggression from Clint van Oort as he throws it in. Oh yeah, bit of contact there. Push Cherba in too much angle, send him the inside. Clint straightens. Just unfortunate for Clint, pushing that little bit too hard. But Cherba, yeah, rest of the lap, gets it back onto the qualifying line and doing exactly as he's meant to do. Look at this. He looks like he's on train tracks. He's just sticking to the same line consistently. Absolute brilliant drive from Benedictus Cherba. Okay, so I'm just been informed that Clint is calling a 5-minute rule. So we will have to go back to the second half of that battle in a couple of minutes while Clint just heads into the pits and tries to get his car sorted. But from there, we will move on to the next battle, which is Nazir Al-Harbali versus Ian Biz Phillips. Biz getting the bye run in the top 32, so this will be his first battle, you know. Nazir has one under his belt, so it's going to be interesting to see what way Biz approaches this. It's going to take another minute to admire how cool does the Oman Drift Arena look at night. This is just, it's a sight everyone needs to see, but sorry, the judge are just talking in my ear there now. Kieran Hines cut me off, so I will try and listen into Judge channel in my ear to see what they're thinking and talking, and then I'll be back with you guys in one moment. Okay, so I've just been informed that Clint got a puncture, so that's why he had to call a 5-minute rule. So yeah, we're moving on to Ian Biz Phillips to chase in Nazir Al-Harbali. And like this story is brilliant to me. Like, you know, Biz and Nazir have been friends for the last couple of years on social media, even though they're on different sides of the world. Nazir has practically built the exact same car as Biz. One or two small differences, different coilovers and things like that. But essentially they're identical cars. And now here they are, in Oman, going up against each other. You could not write that. A guy from El Salvador and a guy from England communicate about building a car, and now they're battling in Oman. Where do you write it? So, Nazir has one battle under his belt. Biz got that bye run in the top 32, so this is his first competition battle today. So I'm sure Biz is a little bit nervous, but he's a well-capable driver. If anyone can handle that pressure, it is Ian Biz Phillips. Both drivers give the thumbs up to our start line marshal. The lights are flickering, the traffic light goes green, and here we go. Nazir through the chicane. Biz with them unbelievable neons on as he throws it in right behind Nazir. Nazir a bit shallow, but that also brings Biz shallow now. Nazir trying to get a little bit deeper through zone 1 as they come out through clip 2. Biz is right there with him. Nazir putting the foot down as We see Biz just a little bit shallow, trying to gain proximity. Nazir putting half a wheel off there at clip 4. But now Nazir is starting to pull a gap. Biz needs to reel him in if he wants to try and salvage the chase run. As we see Nazir get ready to transition for the wall, getting deep. But Biz just dropping back. Not sure what the difference is here. It could come down to something like setup or tyres. But yeah, very unfortunate for Ian Biz Phillips. But Nazir tips the wall there just at the end and brings it over the line. As we see both guys straight away gone on a cool down lap. But yeah, Nazir a little bit shallow and then drives away from Biz in the second half. So very unfortunate for Ian Biz Phillips. But I'm sure Biz is going to give it absolutely everything. Biz and his team there were all night trying to get an alternator sorted in the paddock. His head mechanic Matt Stevenson was like doing some witchcraft and stuff, and fair play to him for that. They ended up getting a 350Z standard alternator on the LS engine and back and working, so fair play to them. The old drifting mentality, never give up. But yeah, Nazir just driving away in the second half of the run. Absolutely brilliant. So I see both cars passing in front of me there as they're going to spin around, and this time it will be Biz to lead and Nazir to chase. Okay, we've two cars on the line. How amazing does this start line scenario look at night time with all the lights? Just looks crazy. Just can't beat night drifting. It's the coolest thing ever. Okay, the light goes green. It's Ian Biz Phillips to lead. It is Nazir Harbali to chase. And Biz is throwing it fast, but look at Nazir. He is right there with Biz. Absolutely put in the 350 right on the door of Biz's 350, and oh, how did it not make contact with that transition with Biz on a lovely lead line? But Nazir is pushing Biz around the track. Biz doing absolutely anything he can to try and shake Nazir off, but Nazir is not one bit faded. Another lovely transition incoming. Does a great job not to make contact in the chase position as the transition back out for the wall. Nazir is right there with Phillips as he pushes him around the second last corner into the final transition. Oh, a little bit of contact, front bumper to back bumper. That's exactly what we want to see as they come over the line. Identical cars and two of the nicest drivers in the grid. Fair play to Ian Biz Phillips and Nazir Al-Harbali. Okay, it's a nervous way for both guys as they get out of the car. Good friends, only met each other a couple of weeks ago but know each other years. The power of drifting. And Nasser Al-Harbali gets the win. Unfortunately, that's the end of Ian Phillips' night, but we will see him back next week for round 4. As we see both guys go drifting off, and we are going to move back to the second half of our first battle. So it is Clint Van Oort to lead and Benedictus Cherba to chase. So we remembered a bit of contact there at the start. Clint just a little bit too aggressive coming in. He knew Cherba was fast. So it's going to be interesting to see what way Cherba approaches this, because Clint, he needs to push it. He needs to force a mistake out of Cherba. Well, the lights flicker. The time is now. Both cars leave the line, and here we go. Clint in the 14, Cherba in the BMW. as they flick it in. Look at this. Cherba is right there with Clint. Absolutely stuck to the side of that yellow S14. As we see both guys, Clint is on an absolute phenomenal lead line for the first half of this run. But Cherba is like a dog with a bone. He is stuck right there beside Clint. This is a masterclass in the chase from Cherba. But oh! Clint just over-rotates. I'm not sure what happened. Cherba, if he made contact, drives off the track, then he just jumps back in, pretends like it didn't happen. Maybe no one's seen it. I am not sure if that was Clint or Cherba's fault, so it's going to be interesting to see that one in the replay. A little bit of contact there at the end by Cherba, but Clint is on a lovely lead line, and Cherba spins there at the end. I'm definitely going to have to turn up my judge speaker just so I can hear what they're thinking. So we see here, we have Cherba is, and we transitions back across. Look at this. Cherba is right there with him. Absolutely beautiful from both drivers. This is exactly what we all tune in this evening to watch. And look at this. Clint a bit too much angle, ended up was going to the inside clip a bit early. Cherba a bit aggressive, hit off him. That's a tough one now. That is a tough one for our judges. I would not like to be a judge on this. So our judges are just looking at some replays here, some extra camera angles, just to make sure they have all information before they make the decision. Oh! I thought there was water leaking out of Clint's car, but he already told me there's a spray bottle on the radiator to keep it cool. So that's all that is. So I'm just listening to our judges here, and they are going through some different camera angles and deliberating this one hard. Our judges are still deliberating here. I'm just playing fly on the wall and just listening in. Okay, so our judges are just telling me here it is one more time, and it comes back to that section where, you know, Clint was a little bit shallow coming into clip 7. Cherba went the wheels off. Cherba kind of was forced because of Clint. The judges couldn't figure out which was the best way of doing it, so they said the best way is just let's run them again. But yeah, so our next battle we're moving on is Ahmed Al-Amri versus Bagsy. So it's Alamry to lead and Bagsy to chase. As we see Alamry showing on and Bagsy ending up in the wall head first. That is very unfortunate for Bagsy. So yeah, that was a head-on collision for Bagsy into the wall. So could be a bit of damage done on that one there now. As we see, my apologies, as we see Alamry there now just bringing that S15 around the last zone and over the line. But yeah, it's just all going to come back to what happened there with Bagsy. So here's the replay. So you see Alamry leaves the chicane, Bagsy's coming in hot behind him. He flicks, gets on angle, and then just... Okay, so it seemed like Bagsy put his front brakes on to just, you know, tuck in behind Alamry, and then the car just snapped the opposite side. So I'm not 100% sure what happened, but that is so unfortunate for Bagsy. So as we see Alamry there now just bringing that S15 lovely around the rest of the lap, but I'm just waiting to get some confirmation of Bagsy, and is there much damage or is he able to continue? Does he need a 5-minute rule? So I'm going to have to be a fly on the wall to the judges again. Okay, so we see Bagsy shaking his head looking at that car. I can only see a small bit of it from this angle, but that looks like a heavy hit, and I can nearly tell by Steve's reactions that, you know, I don't want to say it, okay? I know them guys in that team, they never give up. They're going to push as hard as they can to try and get Bagsy out for the second half of this battle, but that was a heavy hit head first into that wall. Okay, so I've just been informed that Bagsy's after calling 5 minutes. He's on the radio, he's assessing the damage. I think these guys are going to try and fix it. Hopefully, you know, fingers crossed, it's not as bad as it looks, it's only cosmetic, and Bagsy can get back out for the second half of this battle. So yeah, it will be a 5-minute rule for Bagsy as we see him getting towed into the pits there. Oh, marshals are stopping the recovery vehicle. I think it's about to pull the wing or break the wing off the wheel. He is quick and easy just to take that wing off now and let Bagsy collect it later on. I'm sure cosmetic damage is not his biggest concern. If mechanically that car's good to go, I know Bagsy, he will not give up. He will fight on and possibly give us the battle that we were expecting. But yeah, it's just going to be a big disadvantage there from the first half of that. Obviously going in, the advantage going to Al-Amri. But yeah, we just see Bagsy's car coming in there. Oh, that took a heavy hit. So fingers crossed the guys of that team there can get that car back out, and we get Bagsy back out for the second half of this run. Okay, so up next we have Samir to lead and Abdullah Jaward to chase. Okay, both cars on the line. We have the track marshals are clear of the track after just recovering that wall, and we shall be sending these two guys very shortly. So Samir in that E36 and Abdullah Jaward in that Sylvia back beside him, and both cars get signal and leave the line. So Samir to chase, Samir to lead, Abdullah to chase as they work down the straight. Big flicking, but Abdullah's not with him there at all. Samir throwing it in, but Abdullah is very shallow, just unfortunately getting it all wrong there. Now Samir doing what he can to get out on the best lead line possible and create as much of a gap away from Abdullah. As we see the absolute screams of Abdullah when he puts the foot down, bringing it through 4, 5 and 6, working his way around through 7. Unfortunately now Abdullah is just a passenger to Samir, or sorry, should I say just a spectator to Samir. He's that far back. But Samir, you know, he's not on the best line. He is very shallow, so the judges will be considering, did he get that, you know, proximity by little tag of the wall there at the end by, you know, cutting the track. So it's going to be an interesting to see what the judges think of that one. Yeah, Abdullah just not with Samir at all for the first half of that battle, and then he kind of just got lost. He kind of caught a bit of ground there now, but watch, Samir just puts the foot down and absolutely pulls a massive gap. Bit of a straight in there as well from Abdullah. So our judges will be factoring all these in while making their decision. So we will see. Nice, you know, yet again there Samir, not too deep in zone 9. Really doing whatever he can to try and get away. You know, drifting isn't a race. We want to see both cars side by side. So being the fastest car usually doesn't work out, or not always works out for you. But anyways, we're going to swap them around. It's Abdullah Jaward to lead and Samir to chase. As we hear the screams of both cars coming down the straight, throwing it in there now. Nice initiation from Abdullah. Oh, he's just getting a little bit wide halfway around zone 1, dropping 2 wheels. Samir has to stomp on the brakes to avoid contact. Abdullah ends up a little bit too much on the inside of the track as we Samir now just settling the car, starting to close the proximity, using all the power he got. Oh, and contact, just a bit of a straighten there from Abdullah. Samir hits the back, has to straighten up to avoid bigger contact. As we see now both guys reinitiating and pushing down the straight. Oh, a big wobble there from Abdullah, just unfortunately going all wrong for him on this run. Samir's doing what he can not to make contact behind. It's going to be an interesting one to see what way the judges look at this, as we see both cars bring around the corner and over the line. Just see there in the replay that he nearly stopped, and that's what caused Samir to make contact with him. So I'm no judge, but I think I could make a call on this one. I'm not going to, but I think I could. Okay, so we're waiting the judge's decision, and it is made clear that Samir Sabah has got the win, and he will move on to grade 8. Okay, so we move on to our next battle, and I'm not going to lie to you, I am just going to turn into a fan for this one. It's two guys who have impressed me every moment on track since I've been in Oman. It's Ahmed Daham to lead. It's Nick Nack to chase. The young man is going to try and make a name for himself this side of the world by taking out one of the top drivers from the Middle East, Ahmed Daham. But I think Nick Nack, in my opinion, is one of the fastest cars here this weekend. So Daham has it all. It's all ahead of him here as we see the lights flicker. The start light goes green. Both cars leave the chicane and away they go. It's Ahmed Daham to lead. It's Nick Nack to chase. Daham throwing it in, but Nick Nack is right there with him. Absolutely stuck to the side of that Nissan Silvia in his BMW E36 as we see Daham on a beautiful lead line. Look at this. Maybe Daham leaving zone 3 a little bit early, cutting across Nick Nack. Doesn't really upset his line too much, but it does bring Nick Nack a small bit on the inside there. And oh, look at this from Daham. Huge angle, but Nick Nack is literally knocking on his door saying, come on, man, is this all you got? As we see Daham now throwing it in along the wall, but look at Nick Nack. The young man is stuck there to the side of that Nissan Silvia as the transition for the last time into zone 10. An absolute brilliant chase run from Nick Nack. This is what we all tuned in to watch this afternoon. Wow, brilliant driving from both guys. So we see this initiation, so much confidence in this young man from Latvia. He is stuck on the side of Ahmed Daham. Daham not doing much wrong except for here, left zone 3 a small bit too early. Not much, just a small bit too early if we're going to get down to the nitpicking. But Nick Nack is right there with him, just tapping on the door all the way around. Little nudge there, like, come on Ham, let's go. As they transition now back for the wall. Look at this dive from Nick Nack. Oh, unbelievable. An absolute masterclass in the chase position from this young man. As we see the final diving around the corner. If I was the Ham spotter, I would be saying one thing and one thing only, and that is door. Just door. That's all the Ham needs to hear, and that's all the Ham has to do if he wants to keep his podium chances alive. Okay, so we have both cars back on the line. Nick Nack to lead, Ahmed Daham to chase. See our start line marshal there, obviously just making sure Nick Nack's bumper is secure from that little tap he gave to Ham. Both guys making sure this is not an easy decision for the judges. Daham, a well capable driver, he is so confident in the chase position, so I'm very excited to see what he does here. But if Nick Nack drives anyway like he did in that first half of the run, Daham, he has a mountain to climb, that's all I'm going to say. Okay. Okay, here go the lights, they flicker, the start light goes green. Daham gets the jump because he's allowed in the chase position. He knows he needs to be close to Nick Nack, and Nick Nack knows he needs to be fast. Look at this from initiation from the young man from Latvia. Absolutely throwing massive angle on. But Ahmed Daham is right there with him as they're pushing around now. Look at this from Nick Nack. An absolutely beautiful lead line. But Daham is stuck to the side of that BMW E36. Nick Nack now trying to pull a gap as they're coming up to clip 6. Pushing for the last inner clip, clip 7, as Daham lines up for a beautiful transition, making a dive through 8. Both cars line up, transition out to the wall. This is nearly a mirror image of the first run as we see Nick Nack on a beautiful line and Ahmed Daham sticking right there with him. Nick Nack dropping a wheel, possibly in zone 10, maybe 2. Very hard to tell from that camera angle. But what a battle from both guys. That, you know what? I would not disagree if we seen that one go again. I'd like to see that one go again. Absolute brilliant. So just watching the replay here, we actually see Nick Nack throwing a few wheels off in different places. And is that going to come into the judge's decision? I think the biggest one was when he came around here, this last so many transitions right about now. See, that's 2 wheels off there, that looks like. So once he's on the blue means he's gone by the white and the yellow, so that's a good bit over. I think either way, whatever way this goes, it's going to be a well-earned battle for both guys. Ahmed Aham, a veteran of Middle East drifting, and Nick-Nack is he's a new kid on the block, but he is making a name for himself around the world. Okay, so as we wait our judge's decision. Yes, that is exactly what I wanted. It's a one more time. Let's do it again. Let's give both guys a fair run at this and see what happens. That's what I'm excited for. Okay, next up we have Alan Hines on the line, and I'm just waiting to see where Ehab is. Okay, so unfortunately, I'm just finding out that Ehab has to retire due to mechanical failure. So Alan Hines will get a pass of the track and a bye run into the grade 8. So as we see, Alan very shallow. I'm wondering, is Alan's car 100%? Seems to be not the usual Alan Hines. That's the best way I'm going to call it. It seems it's not the Alan I've been watching for the last 2 days driving, so it'll be interesting to see how he will get on in the battle. So Alan getting his bye run, but yeah, that car just looking, down in power or something like that. I'm not 100% sure what's going on, but hopefully we will get more information and we'll figure out. But yeah, Alan Hines getting a bye run to the grade 8 due to Ehab getting some mechanical failure. Look at this, it's like Alan's down a lot of power or something like that. I'm not 100% sure what's going on there. Okay, so we're going to move back to the start, and it's the one more time between Benedictus Cherba and Clint van Oort. Okay, the lights flicker, the green light's on. Cherba makes his way through chicane. Clint is right there with him. As we see Cherba throwing in big angle. Clint not as aggressive this time, not making contact, and hopefully keep it on. It's hard to tell where his rear wheels are. I think he's still on track, but Cherba now is putting the foot to the floor and pulling a massive gap. The speed of Cherba around this track, it is ridiculous. Clint, unfortunately, getting zone 3 completely wrong, cutting that corner out, and Cherba is now using that to his advantage and pulling a huge gap on Clint. As we see both guys transition back through clip 8. Clint has gone so far back, I'm not 100% sure what's going on there. Obviously Clint must be having some mechanical issues because his car is well faster than that. So, but we see Cherba doing an absolute beautiful lead line there. Just very unfortunate that Clint just wasn't in the mix at all. As we see, Clint held back a small bit on the initiation, and then it was just from here Clint got lost in the smoke, goes very shallow, and then once Cherba puts the foot down, he calls a massive... Oh, wait a minute. Clint's tyre was debeaded there. as he was coming through clip 4. That would explain a lot. That's a funny situation, because Clint now has a tyre off the rim, but he's also used his only 5-minute rule, so I'm not sure what way it's going to be deemed, but fair play to him for keeping it going, 1 tyre on the rim. So yeah, we're just waiting some information from our officials to figure out what's going to happen, because Clint, as I previously said, has already called his 5-minute rule, so he doesn't have another one, and you cannot start a battle with a tyre off the rim. That is just unsafe, and that is just not, you just can't do that. If you have to ask why you can't do that, then well, maybe you shouldn't be following drifting. But yeah, so I'm just waiting from some confirmation from the tower and our head marshal, and I will let you guys know as soon as I know. Okay, so it's confirmed. Unfortunately, Clint is not allowed to continue, so he will have to bow out competition due to that D-bead. So Cherba will get the win and move on to the grade 8. So we see Cherba do one more pass of the track, just yet again getting used to these forever changing grip levels as the sun has fully set down here in a dark Oman drift arena. Look at this run from Cherba. This is nearly better than his qualifying run last night. Absolute pinpoint accuracy, throwing that car exactly where the judges want it, and that is what we came here to see. Lovely little wall run there, hugging that outer white line through zone 9 into the final transition back out to zone 10, yet again right back on that outer line. That's, I think Cherba's going to be one to watch tonight. Okay, so it looks like we're moving back to the second half of Bagsy versus Alamry. So if you remember coming in, Bagsy ended up head first with that heavy impact into the wall. Hopefully the team have got that car fixed and back together, and it will be Bagsy to lead and Alamry to chase. So we see Bagsy's car looking worse for wear, but as long as all the mechanical bits work, that's all that matters. We see Al-Hamri just sitting back just to make sure he can get enough speed into that run-in. Bagsy through the chicane, he clips the cone, but he's away, flicks over and throws it in heavy. Looks like not too much wrong with that PS13 mechanically. That is a lovely initiation from Bagsy. Al-Amri just hanging back. He knows he has an advantage after the first half, but he needs to stay with Bagsy. As we see Bagsy throwing it in deep into zone 3. This is a beautiful run by Bagsy. You can see the aggression. He knows he needs to do something special on this run to try and overturn a 10-0. Alamry knows it's very difficult. All he has to do is stick with him. A lovely transition through the smoke from Alamry, doing a great job not to make contact. Bagsy yet again, absolutely on the wall, on that outer line through zone 9. This is brilliant drive. I just think it might be too little too late for Bagsy, but he has done whatever he can. So very unfortunate that it's going to come back to that first run and the impact, but what a lead line from Bagsy. And your winner is Ahmed Al-Amri. So unfortunate for Bagsy, but we will see him next week returning for round 4. And we will see Alamry in the Grade 8, where he will go up against Samir in that crazy E36 BMW. Okay, so up next we're going to move it on to Ali Maxseed to lead in Refat. Refat, we're just waiting on him to come out of the burnout box. Now, there's Refat. He makes it out to the start line. Okay, so we have 2 cars on the line. And they get the green light, so it's Ali Maxseed to leave, it's Refat to chase. Both cars leave line. Listen to the screams of Ali Maxseed's GT86 as he flies through zone 1. Absolutely smoking the place over. A fantastic line, maybe a small bit too wide there too. But we see Ali now pushing big angle. Refat doing anything he can to try and stay in the fight, but the power of Ali Maxseed, I don't think there's anyone out there today that can match that speed of that GT86. As we see Refat now dropping further and further back, he's cutting the track, trying to gain proximity, which is not the thing. The judges told us in briefing that you're better off to stick on your line than cut the track. So we see Ali Maxseed now doing a lovely zone 9 transition, filling the outer line perfect of zone 10 and bringing it over the line. Unfortunately for Refat, just no answer to the pace of Ali Maxseed. Look at this, just as soon as he put the foot down, front brakes on and just lit them tyres up. A small, probably half a wheel over there at zone 2. Will be a small deduction, but not too big. But yeah, Ali, a fairly decent lead line now. And a well-capable driver, you know, he's been competing for years. And you can clearly see it by a run like that. He has gelled so well to this round 3 layout. He was one of the first guys I seen get comfortable yesterday morning in practice, so I'm excited to see what he's going to do in the chase position. But yeah, Refat just has so much work cut out for him. It's a tough mountain to climb there when you have Ali Maxseed chasing you. Okay, we have 2 cars back on the line, swapped around. Refat to lead, Ali Maxseed to chase. The lights flicker, the guys give the thumbs up, start light goes green, and here we go. We see Refat clipping a cone, but Ali is tucked right in there behind him, just so cautiously waiting for Refat to initiate. But look at this from Ali Maxseed. A little bit of contact, sends the cone flying in the air. It doesn't affect either line from both drivers. This is a beautiful chase line from Ali Maxseed. Refat is not doing much wrong, maybe a little bit slower, bringing Ali a small bit into the inside. Oh, we see Ali catch up cones and sends bits of bumper absolutely flying all over the track there. This is a beautiful chase line. Refat just a small bit in the centre of the track, but gets out so deep onto that wall and on the outer line of zone 9 as a transition for the final time. And Ali Maxseed bringing that cone for a full spin around the track, making sure it's seen every point of it. Wow, what a run from both guys. Refat, in my opinion, he stepped up there. He knew he had a challenge with Ali chasing him. And yeah, that was a decent enough lead line. So it all comes down to the contact here, just boom. But both guys stay in. We see the cone go flying. Refat ends up a little bit more on the inside due to the contact, but keeps it pinned. That is exactly what we want to see. You don't want to be bet by just throwing it. You want to keep going and be bet by the judge's decision. So yeah, Ali Maxseed, small bit on the inside there. That's where he picked up them cones. Refat sends another one going, breaks a bit of his own bumper. And the two guys just keep going. Wow, absolute brilliant run from both guys. Okay, so we're waiting for our judge's decision to come in. And your winner is Ali Maxseed. So yeah, Ali getting the win over the 2 runs there. But what a drive from Refat, the Omani driver, doing anything he can to try and stay in the fight. But we will see him next week return for round 4. Okay, so we have 2 battles left in our top 16. We have the one more time of Ahmed Daham and Nick Nack, which I'm not going to lie, I'm really excited for that one. And then we also have Vasiliauskas to lead in Krimitz. So yeah, 2 good battles left in the top 16, and then we'll be progressing on to our top 8, and we're starting to get down to business. So I'm trying to tell by our drone shot who's next. I think that looks like Ahmed Daham. It is Ahmed Daham on the line. We're going back to the one more time. You can already hear my enthusiasm rising. Both guys know each other, have felt each other out. They both were throwing a lifeline for simple mistakes. Maybe Nick Nack a bit too aggressive and Daham just dropping wheels every now and again. But oh, I'm not sure what's going on here, but there's no green light, so I'm just going to go to my judges and see. Okay, so I have just been informed that Nick Nack has called a 5-minute rule. So actually in the back screen, I think I can see him being towed back to his pit area there in the paddock from the start line. So I really hope that it's just something silly and then guys can get that car fixed and back out and give us the second half of the battle that we truly deserve. But as you can see in the burnout box, we have Vasiliauskas warming the tyres. And then we have Krimitz there in his Toyota Altezza, just sitting ready to come into the burnout box. So we will go for technically the last battle, but we still have our one more time to go back to. So yeah, it'll be Vasiliauskas to lead and Gremas to chase. A nervous wait for Vasiliauskas. We all know he doesn't like sitting in the car waiting too long, but he is not going to be kept for much longer because we have Gremas coming up beside him. Ukraine versus Lithuania. Two international drivers over here for this season of the Oman International Drift Championship. And Vasiliauskas clips two cones coming out of the chicane. Big weight transfer as we see Gremas just unfortunately getting it all wrong. Ended up on the inside of the track, and now he puts the foot down, nearly making contact with Vasiliauskas. Vasiliauskas on a lovely lead line. I don't think there's much that's going to phase him today as we see Gremas now doing anything he can to try and stay with that BMW. We see Vasiliauskas not really putting a foot wrong onto the wall. Lovely. And yeah, just Gremas drop back, cutting the track in parts just to try and get up back on the door of Vasiliauskas. But I think it's too little too late there by that dive at the end, because you know he did cut a good bit of track to get there. So it's going to be interesting to see what way the judges score that one, and it's going to be interesting to see how Vasiliauskas can chase in what seems like the slower car. But I don't think I should be calling Gremas' car slow, because it's a rocket ship, to be honest with you. So it's going to be, it'll be the second half of this battle that will be very interesting. We see Vasiliauskas throwing ridiculous angle on there for zone 3. Like absolutely really backwards up to the wall there. That was so cool to watch. Okay, so both cars are back on the line. It is Gremas to lead and Vasiliauskas to chase. As we see, start line goes green, both cars leave the line. Gremas makes his way through the chicane. No contact with no cones. Vasiliauskas is leaving a bit of room, just letting him get that car settled as we see Gremas throwing it in, not as deep at the start of the zone, but he gets out wide towards the end. Vasiliauskas, he's right with him there now as we see both cars thrown on huge angle as they come up towards clip 3. Gremas just a little bit shy of clip or outer zone 3, and he leaves it a small bit early. Kind of box Vasiliauskas in, but Vasiliauskas has the power to stick with that Toyota Altezza of Gremas as they transition back around through touch and go clip 8, working his way up towards the wall. Both guys diving through the smoke, looked amazing there as we see Gremas on a lovely line through zone 9, transitions wide for 10. Vasiliauskas is right with him there. Possibly he's done enough there without being too aggressive. That's a very intelligent drive by Vasiliauskas. Just studying this replay here as we see Vasiliauskas like doing a great job not to make contact. Obviously he clearly has a faster car, because when he puts the foot down you see how easy he was able to get up on the door of that Toyota Altezza. But here now, that dive through the smoke, absolutely beautiful. Gremas a bit shallow, just barely inside his zone for the start of it there, but Vasiliauskas is right with him all the way around. And your winner is Andreas Vasiliauskas. And we will see Krimitz return next week for round 4 here in Oman. As we see Gremas do a crazy burnout leaving the track. Just finishing off that half a set of tyres he's left, it seems. Okay, so there's only one battle left in the top 16. I haven't heard anything, so I'm hoping that Nick Nack has met his 5-minute rule. No one has come to me to tell me any different yet, so I'm just going to check in with our judges just to make sure. Okay, so we're still waiting on confirmation, but we have Ahmed Daham getting into the car. So I'm not sure if that is... Okay, no, I'm getting confirmation. Both guys ready to go. So Nick Nack and his team have bet the 5-minute rule. Daham is just getting his safety equipment on. Nick Nack is in the burnout box, so we will have the last battle of our top 16, which is the one more time between Ahmed Daham and Nicholas Burtas Nick Nack. Just looking there now, that's our first battle in the grade 8, which is Nazir Al-Harbali to chase in Cherba. Here are two guys that are on it this afternoon here. Okay, so I've just been informed something's after happening again, and Nick Nack is after retiring after using his 5-minute rule. So Ahmed Daham gets the win. I feel we've been robbed of a brilliant battle there. So yeah, that's a devastating blow of me as a drift fan. But look, Daham is out here now getting another pass to the circuit. Just I don't know what happened there. It was a misshift or something from Daham. But yeah, very unfortunate. So that will be the end of Nick Nack's day, and Ahmed Daham is our last driver to jump into the grade 8. Okay guys, so we're just going to take a 10-minute break just to get everything reset and ready to go for our grade 8. So yeah, get yourself a drink, get yourself relaxed there now and comfortable, and we will see you back in a short moment.
بطولة عمان الدولية للكرام أو بطولة عمان الدولية للكرام الشيخ محمد بدابي الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة مواصلات ومعنا عميد سالم بن علي الكسري رئيس مجلس إدارة الجمعية العام للنواب والشرف. بطولة وتحدي قوي ما بين المتنافسين اللي كانوا معانا اليوم 32 متنافس و32 متسابق نافسوا معانا إلى وصلنا إلى 8 كمان متسابقين في الأدوار النهائية دور الثمانية أربعة ومنها راح تعرف الثلاثة الفائزين اللي راح يأكلوا المنصة اليوم في بطولة عمان الدولية للجرام. So already as you saw, we had 8 winners so far, 8 qualifiers who qualified to the top 8. As we're going to start after, let's say, 10 minutes, then we're going to have 4 top 4. That we're going to go with the 3 that go on the podium. All the best to all the 8 participants, all drivers. And let's wait for we're going to have a break for 5 minutes, then we'll be back to you. ناخذ استراحة كده 5 دقائق ومنها نرجع لكم إن شاء الله.
كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملاً جديداً لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار لأجل عمان اليوم غاية وهدف. منذ أكثر من 50 عاماً من جيل إلى جيل لأجل عمان الغد. كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملاً جديداً لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Oman International Drift Championship. We are just about to start our Grade 8 here, and what a Grade 8 is shaping up to be. Our first battle is our top qualifier and a man on a mission this weekend. It is Benedictus Cherba versus Nazir Al-Harbali in that crazy supercharged V8 350Z. So we're just waiting on Nazir to leave the burnout box and join Cherba on the start line. But this definitely is going to be one to watch now, because both guys are killing it today. They've just getting stronger and stronger each battle they've got through. So I'm really excited about this one. So there you go. There are your top 8 drivers. 3 of these guys are going to be fighting to get on the podium tonight. Who will it be? Only time will tell. But we have Cherba versus Nazir Al-Harbali, and I see our start line marshal gets the thumbs up from both drivers. The strobes are flashing, the start light goes green, and here we go. It's Cherba. It's versus Nazir. Nazir in the chase, Cherba in the lead. Big flick in from both drivers. Look at this from Cherba, an absolutely beautiful line, but Nazir is pedaling that V8 350 set, trying to get up on the door of Cherba, which he does. Lovely transition through the smoke. Both guys so deep into zone 3. This is exactly what we came to see. Nazir is putting it right up to Cherba, maybe getting a bit too much on the inside, picks up a cone, hopefully he doesn't get locked in his steering kit, as we see both guys. Massive transition again from Nazir. How did he not make contact with the back of Cherba's car? Wow, that is beautiful driving from both guys. Cherba on a lovely lead line. Nazir, one last huge dive. Oh, he made contact with Cherba, hits him again over the line. Wow, that is what we came here to see. Absolute brilliant driving from both Benedictus Cherba and Nazir Al-Harbali. Just watching the replay here again, this is a great start to the top 8. Look at this. Nazir is right with Cherba there now. The only mistake I'd say is here. He ends up too much on the inside. I'm not sure if Cherba brought him in or not. The judges did say that if the lead car leads you in there and you're in the chase, just keep going. So it'll be interesting to see the judges' take on that one. But look at this transition. Both guys out to the wall. How did it not make contact? Absolutely beautiful. I think there was a small bit of contact here on this transition. Boom, boom. There it is there. Nazir still holding it on angle. Cherba doing exactly as he's asked. Wow, brilliant driving. So we see our track team just removing the cone from the front of Nazir's car. So our judges are just looking at loads of different camera angles here. They want to make sure what happened with that inside clip. Was it Cherba that led Nazir off, or did Nazir just too aggressive and ends up on the inside? So I think that corner could be a crucial part in this. But look, we have both cars on the line. We have Nazir Al-Harbali to lead and Benedictus Cherba to chase. It's El Salvador versus Lithuania. Sorry, I'm just listening to our judges here now. They're just having a discussion, just trying to figure out what happened there so they have a clear idea. But look, they've made their decision. The drivers give the thumbs up, the lights are green, both cars leave the line. So it's Nazir to lead, it's Cherba to chase. As we hear the screams of Nazir's car coming out of the straight. But look at this, Nazir throwing it in, and Benedictus Cherba a bit shallow there now, kind of getting caught off guard. Bit unexpected to see that. Now he's putting the foot in. Trying to reel in Nazir. I see Nazir on a lovely line. Look at the speed of this 350C. Cherba is getting dropped back. He needs to start reeling in. He cannot let Nazir go. Nazir was chewing the back door off that car. And we can't see a thing as they come through the smoke. Absolutely blinding our cameras. But there's still a gap. Cherba just doesn't have an answer for the speed of Nazir. As we see them transition for the final time, Phil in zone 10 and over the line. Wow. I'm not going to lie to you. I wasn't expecting that. I thought Cherba had the pace for Nazir. I knew they were both fast, but Nazir just put foot to floor. Watch this, just gone. Cherba doing whatever he can, makes a dive there, puts a little bit too much angle on, and then this is where Nazir, once he comes out of his own tree, starts to open up the gap. Puts the foot down and just increases the gap all around. Cherba now does a great job of sticking on the qualifying line. He didn't deviate away from that line at all. But Nazir, yeah, look at that, lovely. Through the smoky section, not as deep onto the wall, but still he is outside of that zone, so it will be interesting to see what way the judges shall call this one. And your winner is Nazir Al-Harbali. And you can see how excited that young man is. He knows he has just bet a Drift Masters driver here in the Oman International Drift Championship. Our top qualifier is out, and I tell you, by the confidence in that man's eyes, I think he can go all the way tonight. Okay, we're going to move on to the second battle of our grade 8, which is Ahmed Al-Amri versus Samir. This is going to be an interesting one. Okay, Saturday Marshall gets the thumbs up, the lights are green, and away they go. It's Alamry to lead, it's Samir to chase. Sylvia versus E36 BMW, but look at this. Samir a bit straight, not much angle, not in the zone, but we see Alamry just doing a lovely lead line here. As he fills outside zone 3, and oh, a big straight, and again, I don't know. I think maybe has Samir broke a shaft or something like that, because he was on limiter, because it was right in front of our window here, so I could hear it, but he wasn't going anywhere, and he has fully stopped in the middle of the track. As we see Alamry there now, just bringing that S15 lovely and wide through zone 9 as he flicks back for the last time out to zone 10 and over the line. It's going to come back down to what happened to Samir. Just the way it was in front of me, I heard it. I think he maybe broke a shaft or a diff or something like that. So see here, is that what happened when the right wheel's spinning? Now both wheels are going there, so he is drifting. It hasn't happened here. Whatever it is, once he came through zone 3, now is when it happened. Yeah, just look, it's off. See the flame shooting underneath the car. He was 100% on limiter there, but the car was just going nowhere. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. I'm going to have to turn up my radio to hear what the marshals are saying. Okay, so unfortunately I've just been confirmed that Samir is going to have to bow out. I'm pretty sure it's a diff or an axle that's after broke, but yeah, that will mean that Ahmed Alamri will get the win, and he will do one more move one step closer to that podium. But yeah, unfortunately, Samir's dream night ends there, and Alamry will advance on to the final four, where he will meet Nazir Al-Harbali.
جدا وهذا مميز في التصفيات النهائيه اليوم. هنا عندنا فتحان آل فتحان طبعا منافس فيليبس جدا قوي جدا في التصفيات اليوم.
Okay. So we see Alamry coming back up. He does have to leave the line for the second run just to get the win. So yeah, he gets the thumbs up from the start line marshal. He gets one more pass to the track before he moves on to the final four to meet Nazir Al-Harbali, and that is going to be a tough mountain to climb, because that young man, he is going to be on another level now after getting over Benedict Cherba and getting the win in that battle. An absolute cracker of a chase by, but look at this! Absolutely on that outer line is Alamry. It's the screams of that be making his way around the track. As we see him coming up to clip 8, that touch and go clip. This is a lovely run from him. He just seems to be getting more and more confident as this night goes on. The more laps he gets under his belt, the more he found his mojo, in my opinion, as he transitions for the last time out wide. On the white line, lovely. Wow. That's a good confidence booster before he goes into the final four. Okay, so up next we have Ahmed Daham to lead in Alan Hines. Now, if you remember, Alan got the bye run because Ebad, his last opponent, had to bow out, mechanical issues. But on that bye run, Alan's car just something, I don't know what's going on. Hopefully it's sorted now, but in my opinion, something looked wrong. And that is not what you want when you're up against Ahmed Daham. As we see Daham coming down, throwing it in wide. Alan Hines is right there with him as he sticks it on the back door of Daham. As we see Daham on a beautiful line. But look at this from Alan Hines as he makes the dive, now ends up a small bit on the inside of the track. He does a great job not to make contact with Daham, but Daham is on a beautiful lead line. We see Alan Hines end up a small bit on the inside of clip 6 or 5 there, my apologies. Now they're coming out to clip 8. Daham yet again is just on a beautiful line right out to the wall. That's exactly what we want to see. But Alan Hines, whether he has the power or not, he is still there with him. Getting a small bit just caught up in the transition, doing a great job not to make contact. Years of experience in this young man is crazy. But Ahmed Daham, what a lead run. Absolutely beautiful. As we see Alan Hines there, a little nudge to Daham. Watch this transition, just ends up a small bit on the inside of the track. Does a great job, had to go on the front brakes to avoid contact with Daham. Lets Daham get back out into position, but then Alan there, possibly 1 wheel, 2 wheels, I'm not 100% sure. I know our judges will be factoring that in there now, but look at this, another beautiful transition from both guys, and a huge dive from Alan, the wall run from Daham. This is it. We are getting what we came here to see in our Great 8. As we see, it's a good run from both guys. Okay, we've 2 cars back on the line. They're swapped around It's Alan Hines to lead. It's Ahmed Daham to chase. And here we go. As we see Alan coming through Shaheen, but look at Daham, he's right there with him. Alan Hines a small bit shallow in zone 1, but Daham says wherever you're going, I'm going to follow you, that's my job. Oh, Daham goes off. Not 100% sure if that was 4 wheels or not, but it definitely was 2 or 3. So now Alan Hines, maybe someone has just threw him a lifeline here. Let's see what Daham can do. He has to stay on that qualifying line and try and catch him up. Alan Hines literally doing anything he can to try and get away from Daham. Just all going to come back. Lovely wall run there from Alan Hines. Beautifully wide on the white line all the way through zone 9 as they transition for the final time into zone 10 and out, and Alan Hines touches the wall at the end. Wow, what happened there? I'm going to go quiet because I'm going to study this to try and figure out what happened. So Alan was shallow in zone 1, but then Daham... Okay, Alan was shallow, but in my opinion, I don't think he did much wrong. Daham just kept the power in and seemed to overshoot the corner. But yet again, I am just a mere commentator, so don't take anything I say seriously. There's 3 heavily qualified men up above me to make these decisions, and they are studying this in depth. Look at this now. Absolutely beautiful line from Alan Hines out to the wall there at the end. Okay, so I know the judges are looking back at some different camera angles, so they're going to deliberate this one. As we see smiles all around from both guys. The international hand signals adrift, and you were sideways, I was sideways, we were all sideways. It's going to be an interesting one to see what way the judges call this. So our judges are just re-watching both runs again before they make the decision. So you're just going to have to bear with us for the moment. And the winner is Alan Hines. So our judge is saying just a 3 wheels off from Daham, the only thing that separated them. But what a battle from both guys. And Ahmed Daham will return next week for round 4 here at the Oman International Drift Championship. Okay, we got one more left for our grade 8, and that is Ali Maxseed versus Andreas Vasiliauskas. Both cars are on the line, both guys are eager to go, and this is going to be a good one. Ali Maxseed, Andreas Vasiliauskas. Ali Maxseed in the GT86 to lead, and Vasiliauskas to chase. Light goes green, and here we go. Both ends. Oh, Ali clipping 2 cones in the chicane. But as we see them coming down, lovely weight transfer from both drivers. Ali Maxseed on a perfect. Oh, I say that, but a bit of commentator's curse. Maybe dropping 1/2 wheels. But we have Vasiliauskas doing a great job in the chase position. Absolutely pushing that GT86 around zone 3, but we see Ali Maxseed now back on a beautiful line. Vasiliauskas is right there with him. These are 2 guys who are absolutely on it tonight here in Oman, as we see them transition back to the touch go 8 lineup for the wall run. Beautiful transition from both drivers, as we see Vasiliauskas stuck right there with Ali Maxseed as they come through the final turn, filling zone 9. Oh, and a big strain from Vasiliauskas. Has he just thrown this away? I don't even know what happened, because I was looking how pinpoint accurate Ali was on the outside line, but wow, maybe Vasiliauskas will be kicking himself after that one. He shut down completely in the last corner and just... So yeah, just watching the replay here, that was absolutely insane first half of that battle. So it'll be very interesting to see what will happen. It'll all come down to, it was a great battle in my opinion. I'd say Vasiliauskas probably had an advantage until about now, and he just straightened and drove the last corner. Yeah, in that scenario, when you're so close to the finish line, you should kick the life out of the clutch to try and keep that car sideways. Shallow's better than straight. So we're going to have to wait to see. Okay, so hang on, I think I'm hearing the word 5-minute rule being thrown around. I'm just going to check in with our judges. Okay, so I've just been informed that Vasiliauskas has retired and Ali Maxseed gets the win. So Ali's out for a final pass of the track before he meets Alan Hines in the semi-final. Wow, that's just caught me by surprise there as well. I was pretty sure they at least would have tried to figure out what happened. But Ali Maxseed absolutely killing this by-run, as he just feels out the new grip levels of this track before he goes into the semi-final with Alan Hines. Okay, so I've just been informed we're going to have a quick commercial break before we get lined up for our semi-finals. But before we do that, I'm going to let you know what the semi-finals is. And it is Ahmed Alamry to lead in Nazir Al-Harbali. And it is... I don't know who's leading chase. I haven't worked this out yet, but it's Alan Hines versus Ali Maxseed. It'll be Ali Maxseed to lead that one, as he is the higher qualifier. So, yeah, absolute brilliant semi-finals coming up. And then we're going for the podium. So... go get yourselves a drink, a toilet break, do what you have to do, and join me back here in 10 minutes for this cracking action at the Oman International Drift Championship.
كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملاً جديداً لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار لأجل عمان اليوم غاية وهدف. منذ أكثر من 50 عاما من جيل إلى جيل لأجل عمان الغد.
أربعة وعارض.
كل نهار
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And it is time for our top 4. 3 out of these guys will be on the podium, and unfortunately for one, they were so close, but yet so far. Our first semi-final will see Ahmed Alamry versus Nazir Al-Harbali. And our second semi-final will see Ali Maxseed versus Alan Hines. This is going to be good. So we have Alamry sitting on the line there waiting. We got Nazir just warming his tyres. So in a couple of moments, we're going to get this cracking battle underway. Okay, both cars are on the line. This is a nervous way for both guys. They've drove like absolute heroes today. They've earned their place here in this Final Four, and I cannot wait to see this battle as we see an absolute beautiful drone shot of the surrounding areas around the Oman Drift Arena here. It's just such a picturesque place for a drift event. Absolutely beautiful. Can you even see my hotel? Okay, both cars on the line. Our marshal gives the signal, and here we go. It's our first semi-final, and it is Ahmed Alamry to lead in Nazir Al-Harbali as we see Alamry throwing it in, but look at Nazir. He is right there with him, absolutely pushing that Sylvia around the first corner. This is exactly what we came here to see as we see, oh, what a transition through the smoke. I could hardly see that 350Z. How did he not make contact as he is pushing Alamry around the track? As we see Nazir doing a great job there now, doing anything he can to try and stay as close, and another wicked transition from Nazir, and another one again, tags the wall, nearly ends up in the side of Alamry. I don't know how he held that there as they transition for the final time, and takes the whole front off the car. And just unfortunate, them brave transitions, he just got a little bit too deep. I'd say caught in the smoke is the best way of putting it, but damn, that was so cool to watch. Very unfortunate for Nazir Al-Harbali, maybe a little bit too aggressive, that if he had have toned down a small bit for that last transition, he had the hard work done. But look at this first one here now. Once they come through, as they flick back for clip 8, was one of the best transitions I've seen, because we were blinded by smoke. Whoa-bang, straight up there, right on the quarter panel, and then back again, tags the wall, strains a small bit from the wall tag, avoids contact and keeps it pinned. At this point, if he had just backed off, I'd say he would have had a strong advantage, but yeah, look at his bumper bar getting tangled up in the wheel, and ooh, there'll be a bit more damage than I was expecting in that one. I thought it was cosmetic, but at 15, is after taking a big hit. So as we see our recovery vehicle out on track, it is only a tow, so he will be moving. And we can see Nazir walking over towards Ahmed Alamry. Absolute. What a start to the semi-finals. Just fireworks from the start here. That was insane to watch.
to remind you guys that we'll be having at the beginning of March a big music festival here called Muscat Beats here in Muscat Arena.
As we see huge damage to the back of that Silvia and the front of the 350. Our judges are just watching a few different replays from different angles to try and figure out what happened, but maybe I think that just Nazir Al-Harbali getting that a little bit too aggressive, but it'll be an interesting one to see what way they judge it. So yeah, as we're looking at this drone shot of the track, our judges are going back and forward in slow-mos to see what happened, and so they can get all information, and then we'll figure out if the guys are going to need to call a 5-minute rule, and can we continue the second half of this battle. Okay, that's a good sign when we have the Silvia driving off the track. Yeah, Zir out assessing the damage on the front of that 350. He's just going to sit the bumper on the bonnet to drive it in by the looks of it. Our judges are having a good deliberation about this one now. They're looking at a lot of multiple camera angles and slow-mos, so they're trying to figure out what actually happened. For us, we're just looking at this unbelievable drone shot of the track, and what an amazing venue. One more time, I'm not going to get sick of saying this. This place is insane.
تكبير لجميع الداعمين والرعاة لهذه البطولة، وزارة الثقافة والرياضة والشباب، وزارة التراث والسياحة، ريدبول موبايل والجفاف، وأيضا لا ننسى الجمعية العمانية للسيارات على الجهود الدائمة المبذولة ما شاء الله، جهود مستمرة على مدار السنة لإقامة مسابقات جميلة وتحديات رائعة هنا في حلبة مسقط أرينا متعلقة برياضة المحركات أو الفعاليات المختلفة الأخرى اللي هنا تقام في حلبة مسقط أرينا.
Okay, so I've just been informed by our judges that both drivers are getting a 5-minute rule while they look at replays, and they will decide who gets the competition timeout. So a competition timeout will be awarded to a driver that is not at fault. So the judges are just trying to figure out, they're looking at a few different camera angles, they're seeing a few different things than maybe we saw. So yeah, both cars are getting a 5-minute rule, and then one of them will be granted another 5 minutes to give them 10 minutes in total for a competition timeout. So yeah, it's just one of them scenarios that we're at the nitty-gritty end, and we're going to have to figure this out. So we can see our track team there just explaining. You can also see all the other drivers and crew from everyone ready to just jump in and help both cars. The camaraderie in this paddock this weekend is just insane. Everyone is just here for a good time and to put on a good show. No one wants to see it end like this. So yeah, both drivers are going in. They're going to start their 5-minute rules, and then one of them will be granted an extra 5 minutes as a competition timeout. So yeah, big deliberation from our judges there. So we're just going to have to sit patiently till we figure out what happened. They are looking at different replays because I can hear them discussing in my headset, but it's just not quite clear. So they're checking different angles and like that. Obviously, want to make the right decision here. So as soon as I have the information, you guys at home will be the first people to know. So yeah, the judges are still deliberating, and we are not able to move on because to move on, we need our judges, and they need to make this clear. This is it's one of them awkward scenarios now of what happened. I, from my angle, thought Nazir maybe was a bit too aggressive, but it clearly is not the case. I think the judges, whatever camera angles they're looking at, the different angles than we see at home, it's just showing a completely different picture. Okay, so with this being such an important and hard situation, I am not qualified enough to explain. So I am joined by head judge Kieran Hines, who is going to explain to you guys exactly what's going on at home.
Okay, it comes down to who's at fault for the contact. Nasser was very aggressive through all of the run, there's no doubt about that, and there was even contact in a couple of places like contact, but we didn't deem that to be the main issue. The main issue comes down to the very last run, the very last corner. And in qualifying, the qualifying line that we run is when they come through the outer zones, the second last outer zone, they need to leave the outer zone straight away. But Alamry stays on the outer zone and he stays out on the outside for quite a bit. And you're expected to transition halfway between that corner and the next one. But if you actually look, when we look back at the replay, we could see his transition was almost at the next zone. And he then is on the handbrake. You see his back wheels lock up. We felt that Nasser was put in the position where he couldn't anticipate. He was waiting for him to do the transition. He waited and he waited. And just as he throttled to go back on the door, Nasser is on the handbrake, which slows the car a bit more, which he had to do because he was out on the outer line for so long. That's why we're going to blame Alamry for that contact. And at the moment, Nasser has a competition timeout. Hopefully we won't be too long before we get going, but he also has a 10-0 now after this first run.
Thank you.
Perfect. So there you have it. Thank you very much, head judge Kieran Hines. So we'll go again one more time with it. Basically, Alamry was in the wrong place from 9 to 10 and he dabbed the handbrakes to keep him on track. Unfortunately for Nasser, that's not what he was expecting the lead driver to do. So our judges have awarded Nasser Al-Harbali in the 350Z the competition timeout, which will allow him 10 minutes to fix his car, and then Ahmed Alamry will only get 5 to fix his car. So yeah, unfortunately we cannot continue until we get this one done, but we will try and keep you up to date on the progress of the guys in the paddock. This is the difficult technical side of drifting. So these are the simple things that would have been explained to all the drivers in the drivers briefing all weekend. So now you see the replay, absolutely perfect. That's an angle we didn't see. So see the way the actual back wheels of that S15 locked on with the handbrake. So like, yeah, he would have been expected to transition well back. As soon as he lifts his own, the judges told him come into the centre. But see, the 15 just stays out wide, transitions late, and then Nazir just let the throttle out, expecting him to go, but when he let the throttle out, it looks like them back wheels just locked. Whether it's a split second dab of a handbrake just to steady the car, but unfortunately that end of decel zone, we've already passed the decel zone, so the chase car would be expecting the lead car to be on throttle there. So our judges have deemed that Al-Amri will be at fault for that one, and Nazir Al-Harbali will be awarded a competition timeout. So I am just waiting to keep updates on how the guys are getting on in the paddock, and we will keep you guys up to date, and we will get cars back on track as soon as possible. And once we go from that, we will move on to our second semi-final, which will see Ali Maxseed in that wicked G. within 7 minutes, 10 minutes warming the tyres. Second half of this battle. So refreshments for that quick little break, but they will be back momentarily. Okay, so little birdie in my head is just telling me that both cars are heading to the burnout box. So they're obviously need all of that 10 minutes. Hopefully that is just more cosmetic and just pull a few bumper bars and things like that out of the way. But yeah, so once we get both cars in, all safety equipment strapped in, you know yourself, and then with the tyres warm, the cars to the lane. So yeah, action will resume momentarily. Nazir's car make his way to the start line. Alamry is just warming there. I can hear that it's screaming through my room here. So very shortly. Oh, that was 350. She's looking a bit sorry for herself. She was mint this morning. So Nazir will have the advantage. He is in the lead position. That would mean Al-Amri has a lot of work to do in the chase. Try and force a mistake from the lead car. So we have a compact S15 making its way out onto the track. Okay, so we have two cars back on the line. Marshall's just waiting for the signal from the tower. Make sure everyone's ready in position. Okay, there we go. The lights are flashing on the start line. The traffic light goes green. Both cars leave the line. And here we go. It's the second half of this battle. It is Nazir Al-Harbali to lead in. Ahmed Al-Amri, as we see. Nazir throwing it in a little bit shallow, but Al-Amri is right there with him. Absolutely stuck to him. See Nazir now nailing clip 2 perfectly. Looking like there's no steering issues in the front of that 350Z after the contact. As we see Al-Amri doing whatever he can to try and stay with that 350C. Nazir now absolutely putting foot to floor, starting to pull a gap, using all the pace that he has inside that car. Oh, Al-Amri making a huge dive. How did he not make contact there? He knew he had to do something special to try and overturn the judge's decision, but it's maybe just a little too late. Wow, I thought he was going to make contact again. I actually just went silent, so I was like, he's going to mill him over into that wall. Absolute brilliant driving from both guys after that impact. That was definitely a battle of the night for me now. It had everything, absolutely everything. Okay, so, and our winner is Nazir Al-Harbali. And Nazir will move on to the final, and that means Ahmed Alamry will move on to the third and fourth playoff, where he gets one more chance to try and fight it out for that last podium position. Okay, so we got over them fireworks. Now to start a whole lot more. We have Ali Maxseed in the wicked GT86 to lead in Alan Hines. The strobe lights are flashing. The marshal gives the signal. The traffic light goes green. Here we go. Ali Maxseed, Alan Hines as they tear down the straight. Look at Alan Hines! A massive aggressive dive getting right into the back of that GT86. How did he not make contact? Ali Maxseed is on a beautiful lead line, but Alan Hines is right there with him. Now he's, a big straighten from Alan. Not sure what happened there. Maybe someone just threw Ali a lifeline, but Ali is holding his lead line perfect. Alan doing whatever he can now to try and close the proximity. Get back on the door of that GT86. As we see both cars now coming through, transitions back along the wall into zone 9. Alan Hines is right there with him, pushing him around. But Ali Maxseed's on a beautiful lead line. One last transition and Alan Hines dives through the smoke. They are filling zones 10 as they come out to the wall and over the line. Wow, that was a good run from both guys. The only thing is just that little bit of a straighten from Alan Hines and the transition from 2 to 3. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens on the replay here. Yeah, it just looks like Alan maybe transitioned a little bit too early and then had to dial off angle to avoid contact. Not quite sure, but that's like... This is an absolute beautiful lead line from Ali Maxseed. And very unfortunate from Alan Hines. He put a whopper of a chase in, but that one little mistake maybe could be enough. But we have a second half of this battle. We got to swap them around. It's Alan Hines to lead. It's Ali Maxseed to chase. Okay, here we go. It's Alan Hines to lead. It's Ali Maxseed to chase. Alan Hines flicking it in, but look at Ali Maxseed. He's right there with him. Absolutely stuck on the side of that S14 as they come into. Oh, Alan Hines gone wide there now, dropping 2 wheels. Ali does a great job not to make contact as they transition back. Alan a little bit shallow there now in the centre of the track, and Ali is right with him as we see Ali stuck to the back of that S14. Alan Hines doing absolutely anything he can to try and pull a gap, but Ali Maxseed does not let him get anywhere. So we see Alan Hines come up, transition now, second last transition onto the wall, lovely wall run, but look at Ali Maxseed giving him a small little tap as they're coming into zone 9. Alan Hines on a beautiful lead line, but Ali Maxseed not letting him get away. A small bit of contact and over the line. Absolutely brilliant driving from both guys. All here watching back on the replay of this, and I think this maybe might be my new favourite battle of the day. Absolute brilliant. It's such a shame that was one small little mistake, well, that I can see, but I am not a judge. I'm going to clarify that again. I am just an excited fan with a microphone. But there you have it. Ali Maxseed gets the win, and he is moving on to the final, which will put Alan Hines in the third and fourth playoff against Ahmed Alamry. And Ali Maxseed and Nazir Al-Harbali in the final. Wow, we got 2 more battles to go, and they are going to be crackers. Okay, so while We're going to let everything settle down. You know, we've Alan and Alamry have to go get their cars prepared for the third and fourth, which is next. So we're just going to take a quick commercial break and we will be back in 15 minutes. Join us then.
ومنها راح نشوف المركز الثالث والرابع ما بين هاينز واحمد العمري.
كل نهار جديد يبعث معه املا جديدا لنرسم الرؤيا ونصنع الانجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار لأجل عمان اليوم غاية وهدف. منذ أكثر من 50 عاما من جيل إلى جيل لأجل عمان الغد. كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملا جديدا لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار. لأجل عمان اليوم غاية وهدف. منذ أكثر من 50 عاما من جيل إلى جيل. لأجل عمان الغد.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And we are getting ready for our finals. So, first up, it is our third and fourth playoff. So this is to decide who gets the last step on that podium tonight. and it is between Ahmed Al-Amri and Alan Hines. Okay, so I've just been informed Alan Hines has bowed out of competition. I am not sure why. I know the car has been given some issues there, but it's a very unfortunate scenario for Alan Hines, which means Ahmed Al-Amri will do a pass to the track after a crazy crash in his now compact S15, and he will get that third step on the podium. So yeah, it's very unfair, but look, Alan Hines obviously having some mechanical issues. That car is still staying out here, and he is going to be here next week to compete, so they obviously are trying to save it to make sure that it is ready to go for round 4 next weekend. So Ahmed Al-Amri is doing a lovely clean pass to the track. Absolutely brilliant. Fair play to him. So there we have it. Okay, so we have that unfortunate scenario. I was actually looking forward to that battle. I thought the two guys were going to put a show on for everyone, but obviously Alan Hines and his team deciding to save that car and try and get it fixed up and ready to go for next week. So that only leaves one thing, and that is our final. These two guys have fought so hard to get here, and they really, really deserve it, like absolute veterans they are. It is Nazir Al-Harbali versus Ali Maxseed. Ali Maxseed qualified in 3rd, so he will lead first as he is the higher qualifier, and Nazir will chase. I'm also just been informed that this is the first ever OIDC podium without an international driver, or so my other commentator beside me is informing me. So things like that, that's just crazy. It just shows you it's one of them crazy events and anything can happen, and I feel there's a lot more still to happen with Ali Maxseed and Nazir Al-Harbali in the final. This is going to be insane. Really excited for this. Both guys are just on it for the last 2 days, and they truly deserve to be here. In fact, they both probably deserve to win this event, but unfortunately we can't have 2 winners. We can only have 1, and now we're going to decide. So I can hear tires been warmed up in the background. Screams of Ali Maxseed's GT86, and he sits there in the lead position and awaits Nazir Al-Harbali. See Nazir's poor 350 looking a bit battered and bruised, but he doesn't really care what it looks like as long as it's driving perfect. He's got 2 more runs of this circuit to nail down that top position on the podium, but to get there he has to go through Ali Maxseed. That's going to be a tough battle, absolutely tough battle, as we see Nazir just stopping. I hope he was just, I don't know, making his way to the line. It looked weird the way he stopped, but yeah, we will have Nazir join us in a moment, and we will get this final underway. Not gonna lie, I'm excited for this. These are 2 guys all weekend when they're on track have impressed, and it's gonna be very interesting to see what happens. It's a minute a run, so in the next 5 minutes everything will be told. Okay, the start line is flashing. Thumbs up from the drivers. Traffic light goes green. Both cars leave the line. Here we go. This is round 3 final of the Oman International Drift Championship, and we see Ali Maxseed throwing it in. Nazir not having that pace we were expecting him. Ali doing absolutely exactly what he was asked in the briefing. A perfect qualifying line. Nazir now trying to get in on the door, and he does, as we see him make a huge dive, but Ali there absolutely killing this lead line. This is exactly what the judges asked. This is brilliant driving from both guys. What a dive from Nazir. How did he not make contact? I suppose he doesn't have a front bumper, but he does it again. Makes contact. Both guys stay in it. They are pushing each other around the track. One final transition, and Nazir needs to make the dive. Ali Maxseed maybe a small bit wide, but both cars over the line. Wow. That was epic. Nazir came alive in the second half of that chase. Oh, just can't wait to watch the replay. At the start, I was like, he's a bit caught there. Maybe Ali's the faster car. Once they got through clip 4, it all changed from there. Nazir was pushing him around for the second half of this track. But he now has to lead in and let Ali chase him. And we all know Ali is doing some wicked chase runs today. So you see, coming up to 6 there now. Look at this. Nazir's right with him. What a transition. Absolutely brilliant. They come in, last transition, bit of contact, just a small bit. Come on, keep going. That's all that is. As we see them come through zone 9, flick one more time. Maybe Nazir just let it over rotate a small bit in that transition, had to stomp on the front brakes. But that's a very good run from both guys. So we have both cars swapped around, back on the line. They await the signal. Nazir to lead, Ali Maxseed to chase. Both drivers give the thumbs up. The start line is flashing. The light goes green, and here we go. Nazir is going to kill it on this lead run, but Ali Maxseed is right there with him. How did he not make contact in the run in? Ali had to back off a small bit now as we see Nazir on a lovely line through the first zone. Ali Maxseed is doing whatever he can to try and close that gap, which he has. Huge dive incoming as we can see that GT86 thrown up at the side of the 350C. Both cars are screaming now. Nazir maybe putting one wheel off as they come through clip 5, working their way out to 6. Cones are going everywhere. It's the last run of the day, or potentially the last run of the day, as we can't see a thing. Both cars are coming through the smoke. Huge dive from Ali Maxseed. How did he not over-rotate? How did he not make contact? Ali Maxseed is pushing Nazir around that last corner. He wants that top step, and my God, I think he might have done it. Wow, that is what we tuned in to see. That is the final we were expecting. That is unbelievable driving from both Nazir Al-Harbali and Ali Maxseed. Woo! Just watching the replay here now, very similar, like very, very similar. A bit of a gap at the start, but you know, Ali does a great job here from zone 3 to just stick it on the side of that 350C, not let Nazir push anyway away. I'm just watching the replay here now, and I'm wondering, you know, all in cones flying, now that would mean Nazir is dropping wheels. So that white line on the edge of the track, that is your edge of track. The yellow and blue is not. That is counted as off track. And the cones are definitely on the blue. So if the cones are flying, it tells me you're a little bit wide. Massive show of respect from both drivers. They absolutely put on a masterclass all day long. It's been so impressive watching them drive. I'm really excited to see what they're going to do next week at round 4.
الجولة الثالثة من النسخة الخامسة من بطولة عمان الدولية للإجراء هنا في الجمعية العمانية للسيارات والوليد.
So our judges are just looking at some multiple replay angles just to make sure they have all information before they make their decision. I tell you, I do not want to be a judge. That is a tough decision to make.
ننتظر الحكام ونشوف خلاص أمر يكون.
You can see how hyped that Ali Maxseed is. He is loving this. The man was on a mission all day. The absolute speed of that GTA 6. But Nazir is the exact same. He was so fast in that 350C. Both guys truly deserve to be standing where they are now. I think whoever wins this will have fought very, very hard to get that top step. And whoever comes second, yeah, you've always got next week to try and get it back. One more shot to get top step at the podium. Okay, so I've had the judges in my ear, and it is confirmed. It is a one more time. We're going to go again. The judges couldn't separate them, saying the runs were very, very similar, both lead and chase. So I'm not against that. I'm sure you guys at home aren't against that. We get to see this happen again. Yes.
جميل جدا. الرد الاول والثاني كانوا كثير جميلين وممتازين. الحين بما ان لجنه التحكيم قررت وقت الثاني فراح يكون
So I'm just going to have to take a minute here now to regroup, get ready to go again, because I am so excited to watch these two warriors go at it one more time. What do they have to do? They've felt each other out. They know the track conditions. They know everything. It's just one of them is going to have to push that little bit more to try and do something special to go make the judges give them the nod and send them to that top step on the podium. So excited to see what happens. Hopefully they can get tyres and fuel done really quick and get back out here. Okay, so the judges have informed me that it's a combination of Nazir had a lot more proximity in his chase run than Ali did in his, but he did drop a lot more wheels. And then Ali in his chase, there was no proximity for like the first zone too. So where Nasser was right on top of it, and then Nasser was a bit twitchy in the chase. So they said like it was kind of a battle of mistakes. So basically, they want to see it again. Let's run it again. Let's get a clean run and see what happens. So both guys are in the paddocks now. They're getting tyres on the cars, a bit of fuel, and they'll be right back out. I tell you what, I'm so excited to see the second battle here between Nazir and Ali Maxseed. So as we see Ali Maxseed's car getting ready in the paddock, even doing a quick alignment change on the front. I see Ahmed Daham has a headset on. He's obviously spotting for his good friend. And this is going to be an interesting one. Ali not even getting out of the car, and he's leaving the pit area. Look, a massive round of applause. He's cheering on his crew, thanking them. Daham's crew are in there. The camaraderie in this pit this weekend is just unbelievable. As we try and just get right across to see, has Nazir moved? I'm pretty sure that's Nazir's pit area across the way. It looks like he's moved. He has moved. He's there. All cars are just heading towards the burnout box, so we will be getting this one more time of our final going in a couple of moments. air tyres being warmed up in the background. So just before we get the final underway, I want to take this moment to thank absolutely everyone who has tuned in over the last 2 days to the OIDC. Thank you so much for your support. We hope you did enjoy it, and we hope you will be returning next week for round 4. So you can see Ali make it to the line. Screens in the burnout box. Okay, we have Nazir on the line, so it is Ali Maxseed to lead, Nazir Al-Harbali to chase. Okay, the strobes are flashing, thumbs up from the drivers. The traffic light goes green, and here we go. This is it. It's the one more time of the final, the one we've been waiting for. It's Ali Maxseed to lead, and Nazir to chase, and look at Nazir throwing in massive angle right on the door of Ali Maxseed, but he's after washing a bit too wide, as we see Ali absolutely on a dream lead line, rubbing that back wheel right along the white line. He continues now. Nazir is absolutely throwing that 350 any way possible to try and hold it around the track, but Ali Maxseed is starting to pull a bit of a gap now. Nazir closing them in as a transition out for the touch and go clip 8, and then moving from there into the second last transition out along the wall. Beautiful wall run from Ali Maxseed, as we see Nazir right there with him. One last transition, pushing wide onto 10. Ali maybe one wheel dropped over there, but what a run from both guys. Wow. Yeah, just Nazir not really with the same proximity as the last run we were expecting. I think it all went wrong there. He came in a bit hot. He had to bow out off the throttle just to get it back on track to save himself going into the wall. And then from there, Ali just took every bit of advantage, doing whatever he can to try and get that GT86 over the line and get himself on the top step of that podium. Absolutely lovely little wall run here now from both guys. As we see Ali doing a lovely lead line, and just till here now, it seems here, I think he was about, is it one wheel over, one maybe two wheels there just at the last corner, but only time will tell before we see what happens. So as we see both guys, they just went for a quick cool down lap there. So it will be Nazir to lead in Ali Maxseed this time. So we see, oh, what's going on with Nazir there now? So I've just been informed by the judges that Nazir has called a 5-minute rule. Obviously, he wasn't happy with something on that car in that last run, or something wasn't right. It wasn't the Nazir we've been watching all day, so it kind of explains a lot to me. But yeah, we're just going to move Ali back around, and then he's going to have to wait for a couple of minutes while we see how Nazir gets along. I think Ali's going to take this moment to just drive the track and take in some cool air. You know, temperatures are hot around here. It's currently 22 degrees. These cars have had a long day. They're practicing since 9 AM this morning. I think it was nearly 27, 28 degrees about midday, and they were still out on track. So, you know, they've had a hard day. We don't want anyone to damage their cars. So, you know, Nazir's gone on a 5-minute rule. There's nothing stopping Ali just doing a quick cool down lap, a wave to the fans. You know, that's the most important thing, making sure everyone is happy. And now we will just have to patiently wait for Nazir. Really hoping to get me that drone back over the pits, just so we can see what's going on. Or, oh, never mind, we don't need a drone in the pits because Nazir is back. So Nazir Al-Harbali to lead, Ali Maxseed to chase. This is it, the second half of the final, the one more time final. You could watch these two lads just go around this track all day long. But the moment has come. Strobes are flashing. Thumbs up from the drivers. Traffic light goes green. And here we go. Ali Maxseed is right there with Nazir. He actually had to back off, I think. He was a little bit too eager jumping in. Gives Nazir a small bit of a jump. Ali doesn't have the proximity that he had in the first battle. Oh! Something just blew big. I don't know what happened there, but Nazir, I don't know. That was a big bang. It was a big bang. And Ali obviously had nowhere to go. Ends up in the back. Not sure if it was a misshift. Did he break a diff or something? What's going on? But ooh. Yeah, not quite sure what happened there. I saw that poor 350 just has had such a hard day. That was immaculate yesterday when it turned up. It was like a show car. Now we see Ali's out. He wants to check the front of his car, make sure all is all right. These guys know they have another round next week. 6 days time we will be going to qualifying, so I want to make sure that any damage is small, but I'm just going to check in with our judges just to see what's going on. Okay, so our judges are telling me we have a decision, which means we are going to the podium. So I'm going to leave this now. I'm going to run on down to the podium with the all-important results, and I will catch back up with you guys in a few minutes.
Let's go, good. Okay, third position international is Ahmed Al-Amri. المركز الثاني second place. In second place we got بالعافية يا شباب. ألف مبروك. سهل. الحين على المستوى المحلي. إلى العمان لوكالي المستوى المحلي. المركز الثالث على المستوى المحلي كان من نصيب third place it is Al-Shahani. المركز الثالث على المستوى المحلي. الفضول سكر مركز كان يعني رفعت اليحيوي المبروك المركز الثاني. الف مبروك لرفعت اليحيوي المركز الثاني على المستوى المحلي. سكند بليس جوز تو رفعت اليحيوي. And the champion.
Okay, so in first position is
أكبر العمري أحمد العمري. المركز الأول على المستوى المحلي أحمد العمري. المبروك يا أحمد، ما شاء الله فيها جوائز يحصدها أحمد العمري هنا معانا في الجولة الثالثة من بطولة عمان الدولية للانجراف. So he got 3 prizes.
he had a good day in my opinion.
Yeah, of course he's been great. The first in Oman, second in MENA, and the third internationally. يستاهل. ألف مبروك. سمعونهم تحية رفعت وأحمد، يستاهلوا تحية. ألف مبروك. الحين راح نصور صورة جماعية كذا مع جميع الفائزين من جميع الفئات. تفضلوا. علي ودحام وين ناصر حربلي. سمعونا تحية للجنة التحكيم. لجنة التحكيم. Let's a big round of applause. لجنة التحكيم. Karen, we have Karen. Give them a big round of applause.
Huge round of applause for our judges.
وضاح يعطيك العافية. Vernon. Thank you guys. Good job. وطبعا من المستوى المحلي معانا سعود الرواحي وخالد المنجي. يعطيكم العافية. Congrats to all the winners. خلينا نسمع لهم تحية مرة ثانية. Give them a big round of applause.
Okay guys, thank you very much. It's been a wonderful weekend here and I cannot wait to see you all next week for round 4.
طبعا شكر كبير لكم حضورنا الكريم. شكرا للجماهير. شكرا لجميع المتسابقين. شكر كبير لراعي الحفل الشيخ بدر ندابي الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة مواصلات. ومبروك لجميع الفائزين. ان شاء الله نشوفكم في الجولة الرابعة وختام النسخة الخامسة من بطولة عمان الدولية للانجراف او بطولة عمان انترناشونال دريفت تشامبيونشيب هنا الاسبوع القادم ان شاء الله. مبروك لجميع الفائزين. كذا نقول لكم ليلة سعيدة إن شاء الله. سالم الرحبي وتصبحوا على خير.
كل نهار جديد يبعث معه املا جديدا لنرسم الرؤيا ونصنع الانجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث امجاد الامس وطموح امه تسابق الزمن بكل عزم واصرار. لاجل عمان اليوم غايه وهدف. منذ أكثر من 50 عاما من جيل إلى جيل. لأجل عمان الغد.